perbankan syariah yang berkualitas prima. Melalui kemudahan akses, inovasi produk dan sumber daya insani yang profesional, serta nilai tambah yang optimal bagi stakeholder. Dalam mendorong pertumbuhan perekonomian di daerah, terutama usaha kecil dan menengah. Dengan inovasi produk yang berkesinambungan dan berbagai layanan yang bekerja sama dengan Bank BJB selaku induk perusahaan, telah kami hadirkan untuk menunjang kebutuhan masyarakat Jawa Barat, DKI Jakarta, dan Banten. Seperti layanan call center 24 jam, kantor cabang, payment point, gerai syariah, serta jaringan ATM di wilayah DKI Jakarta, Banten, dan Jawa Barat. Adapun produk dan layanan penghimpunan dana yang kami sediakan antara lain Giro IB Maslahah, Tabungan IB Maslahah, Tabungan Haji IB Maslahah, Deposito IB Maslahah. Turut serta membangun generasi bangsa juga tujuan utama kami. Dengan adanya tabungan anak IB Maslahah dan simpanan pelajar atau Simple IB Maslahah. Bagi mereka yang membutuhkan modal membangun usaha, kami menyediakan produk pembiayaan produktif seperti investasi dan modal kerja. Dan untuk kebutuhan konsumtif sehari-hari, ada pembiayaan rumah, pembiayaan kendaraan bermotor, pembiayaan beragun emas, serta pembiayaan serbaguna. Demi memenuhi kebutuhan perbankan bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat, kami terus meningkatkan pelayanan perbankan syariah yang komprehensif, mulai dari layanan PPOB atau Payment Point Online Bank, layanan produk jemput maslahah, layanan pembayaran tagihan listrik dan telepon, layanan clearing atau SKN, hingga surat referensi dan dukungan bank. Bank BJB Syariah senantiasa memberikan layanan sepenuh hati bagi para nasabah. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan penghargaan yang telah diraih. Atas pencapaian tersebut, kami juga tidak lupa untuk menjalankan tanggung jawab sosial kepada masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, kami akan terus memperluas jaringan yang maslahah dan amanah hingga sudut negeri. Sehingga di masa mendatang, dukungan dari kami akan mampu menjadi bagian dalam memperkokoh ekonomi bangsa. Bank BJB Syariah, mitra amanah, usaha maslahah.
Through providing various benefits by becoming Zakat Management Institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sedekah at the national level. Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates 34 provincial Basnas, 464 Regency and city-level Basnas, 91 Amil Zakat institution, and 140 Zakat collecting units in various agencies. By bringing the spirit to become a leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2050 every year since 2004. Audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002. The award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from the BNPB. The International Award of the Success in Realizing the SDGs of Global Good Governance in 2021. Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid Asnaf, and is summarized into 5 main sectors: social, education, Health. Dakwah. And economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provided various payment channels through the counter, mini market, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the ummah.
Ini zakat aku yang terakhir lepas aku diberhentikan kerja. Mudah-mudahan ada rezeki aku lagi lepas ni.
Alhamdulillah, dengan bantuan zakat, negara aku dapat diteruskan.
Mungkin kita tak sedar yang kehidupan kita sebenarnya saling memerlukan. Alhamdulillah, rezeki Allah itu luas.
Welcome to Rumah Zakat. We are the philanthropy organization that manage zakat, infak, sadaqah, waqf, and other humanitarian funds through a series of integrated programs in the fields of education, health, economy, and the environment to bring happiness to people in need. Together with you, we are working to build the village economy through the Empowerment Village program and also to help those affected by disasters through a series of humanitarian actions. With the spirit of World Digital Philanthropy, Rumah Zakat strives to expand its benefits so that more will be helped both in Indonesia and in the world. Thank you for being part of Rumah Zakat Big Family. We hope to continue this collaboration for happiness together.
Sultan Selangor Sultan Sharafuddin Idris Shah berkenan menerima bayaran zakat perniagaan daripada dua syarikat korporat berjumlah 7.8 juta ringgit bagi mewakili Lembaga Zakat Selangor. Bayaran zakat itu diterima daripada Tenaga Nasional Berhad TNB dan QSR Brands Holdings Berhad yang diserahkan dalam satu majlis yang diadakan di Istana Bukit Hawangan di Shah Alam. TNB yang diwakili Ketua Perkhidmatan Pelanggan Negeri Selangor, Datuk IR Mat Yuslan Yusof, menunaikan zakat perniagaan bagi tahun keuangan 2017 dan 2018 berjumlah 5.4 juta ringgit. Manakala QSR Brands Holdings Berhad pula diwakili oleh pengarah urusannya Datuk Seri Azhari Muhammad Kamil dengan jumlah zakat perniagaan bagi tahun keuangan 2018 sebanyak 2.36 juta ringgit. Turut hadir pada majlis itu ialah Pengerusi LZS Tan Sri Syed Anwar Syed Putra Jamalulayan dan Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif LZS Saiful Azam Yusof.
Mau hidup menjadi lebih mudah dan juara? Dia pakai Postpay, platform digital keuangan dari PT Pos Indonesia. Bikin transaksi keuangan kamu lebih mudah, nyaman, dan gak pakai ribet. Banyak banget layanan keuangan digital yang dapat dinikmati. Mulai dari transaksi berbagai macam tagihan, transaksi QRIS, transfer dana rekening Giro Pos hingga 50 juta per hari, juga kirim wesel pos ke penerima yang gak punya rekening bank. Postpay dapat membantu nasabah untuk mendirikan bisnis, kantor pos mandiri, berupa Postpay Agen. Postpay juga menjangkau layanan kebutuhan para pekerja migran Indonesia untuk melakukan transaksi keuangan dari luar negeri loh. Postpay adalah solusi bagi pelaku bisnis konvensional dan syariah, wirausaha milenial sampai UMKM. Jangan khawatir, bagi masyarakat yang tidak memiliki rekening bank, dengan Postpay, kamu bisa bertransaksi seperti layanan perbankan. Postpay, emang paling ngerti kamu.
Lahir di negeri yang kaya alam dan budayanya, menciptakan fundamental kuat bagi Bank Syariah Indonesia, selalu berperan aktif dalam pesatnya pembangunan dan bertumbuhnya ekonomi, dengan berbagai inovasi produk dan layanannya yang ramah. Membangun Indonesia, membangun manusia.
Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Indonesia is a fascinating nation. Reserve a right for high hopes and greater future. From big dreams to begin with, we present our devotion for the nation. Paragon Technology and Innovation. One of the largest cosmetics companies since 1985 until today. Paragon has launched Wardah Makeover, Amina. Upon his blessings, we will keep on growing. Paragon Technology and Innovation has 20 hectares factory plant that divided into 7 areas. Establishes 32 distribution centers across Indonesia and Malaysia. We are collaborating with 11,000 passionate employees. We welcome the future by committing as the best practice company and create high quality product that gives added value for Paragonian business partners, society, and environment. We are just a group of ordinary people with an extraordinary passion.
Kalau semua nilai-nilai itu konsisten dilakukan dan ditambah pertolongan Allah SWT, insya Allah kita akan sukses.
We innovate endlessly and encourage personal development.
Inovasi tiada henti dan perkembangan manusia berjalan beriringan. Bagaikan nafas, jika berhenti, maka akan mati. Paragon akan terus mengembangkan talentnya. Jika mereka berkembang, maka kami akan juga berkembang.
We are expanding to get bigger and better.
Perkembangan perusahaan yang pesat sangat bergantung kecepatan menangkap tren. Dan brand Paragon hadir dengan modernitas yang menjawab kebutuhan konsumen.
We accomplish numerous challenges together. We have grown 16 times since 2010. We are the market leader in Indonesian cosmetics industry for makeup category. Our products are being sold 5 pieces in every second. We have been awarded on 15 categories of Top Brand Award. Halal Top Brand, Indonesian Best Brand Award, and Asia's 25 Most Influential Women in Entrepreneurships by Forbes magazine. We contributed to the nation based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is education, such as Paragon scholarships, training for teachers through Wardah, inspiring teachers, and good leader, good teacher. The second pillar is health, by supporting many programs such as YKI, YKPI, and WeCare.id. The third pillar is environment. One of them is providing clean water in Wairinding, Sumba. The fourth pillar is women empowerment through Wardah, inspiring movement program. As we praise our gratefulness to God Almighty, we strengthen our heart, be passionate, and keep on dreaming for a greater Indonesia. Paragon Technology and Innovation.
Ketika hidup memberi begitu banyak pilihan, saatnya buka mata dan pilih yang terbaik untuk kita. Pilihan yang terus menciptakan banyak manfaat dan dibangun dari kejujuran. Pilihan yang mengerti semua kebutuhan agar kita tak salah ambil langkah. Dimulai dari berbagi dengan sejuta kebahagiaan. Saatnya memilih yang lebih baik. Mau hidup menjadi lebih mudah dan juara? Ya pakai POSPay, platform digital keuangan dari PT Pos Indonesia. Bikin transaksi keuangan kamu lebih mudah, nyaman, dan gak pakai ribet. Banyak banget layanan keuangan digital yang dapat dinikmati.
Kami hadir memberikan layanan perbankan sesuai dengan prinsip syariah untuk Anda. Senantiasa menjaga integritas dan profesional dalam mendorong pertumbuhan perekonomian daerah. Bank BJB Syariah. Salam Maslahah. Didirikan pada tahun 2010 dengan berkantor pusat di Jalan Braga nomor 135 Bandung. Bank BJB Syariah merupakan bank pembangunan daerah pertama yang melakukan spin-off menjadi Bank Umum Syariah dari Unit Usaha Syariah PT Bank Pembangunan Daerah Jawa Barat dan Banten. Dengan visi menjadi 5 bank syariah terbesar di Indonesia dengan kinerja yang baik dan menjadi solusi keuangan pilihan masyarakat, didukung dengan misi memberi layanan perbankan syariah yang berkualitas prima. Melalui kemudahan akses, inovasi produk dan sumber daya insani yang profesional, serta nilai tambah yang optimal bagi stakeholder. Dalam mendorong pertumbuhan perekonomian di daerah, terutama usaha kecil dan menengah. Dengan inovasi produk yang berkesinambungan dan berbagai layanan yang bekerja sama dengan Bank BJB selaku induk perusahaan, telah kami hadirkan untuk menunjang kebutuhan masyarakat Jawa Barat, DKI Jakarta, dan Banten. Seperti layanan call center 24 jam, kantor cabang, payment point, gerai syariah, serta jaringan ATM di wilayah DKI Jakarta, Banten, dan Jawa Barat. Adapun produk dan layanan penghimpunan dana yang kami sediakan antara lain Giro IB Maslahah, Tabungan IB Maslahah, Tabungan Haji IB Maslahah, Deposito IB Maslahah. Turut serta membangun generasi bangsa juga tujuan utama kami. Dengan adanya tabungan anak IB Maslahah dan simpanan pelajar atau Simple IB Maslahah. Bagi mereka yang membutuhkan modal membangun usaha, kami menyediakan produk pembiayaan produktif seperti investasi dan modal kerja. Dan untuk kebutuhan konsumtif sehari-hari, ada pembiayaan rumah, pembiayaan kendaraan bermotor, pembiayaan beragun emas, serta pembiayaan serbaguna. Demi memenuhi kebutuhan perbankan bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat, kami terus meningkatkan pelayanan perbankan syariah yang komprehensif, mulai dari layanan PPOB atau Payment Point Online Bank, layanan produk jemput maslahah, layanan pembayaran tagihan listrik dan telepon, layanan clearing atau SKN, hingga surat referensi dan dukungan bank. Bank BJB Syariah senantiasa memberikan layanan sepenuh hati bagi para nasabah. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan penghargaan yang telah diraih. Atas pencapaian tersebut, kami juga tidak lupa untuk menjalankan tanggung jawab sosial kepada masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, kami akan terus memperluas jaringan yang maslahah dan amanah hingga sudut negeri. Sehingga di masa mendatang, dukungan dari kami akan mampu menjadi bagian dalam memperkokoh ekonomi bangsa. Bank BJB Syariah, mitra amanah, usaha maslahah.
Forum, a place for every person in the world to collaborate to achieve social welfare through zakat. With 14 member states. And this year, we are back. Integration of zakat and waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. Innovation of zakat and waqf program for economic recovery. Global benchmark for zakat and waqf operation. The future direction of World Zakat and Waqf Forum strengthening global cooperation among member countries. World Zakat Forum 10th International Conference 2020 strengthening zakat and waqf synergy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To His Excellency, the Vice President of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some slight technical difficulties. Please wait a moment. Test.
Since 2007, World Zakat Forum, a place for every person in the world to collaborate to achieve social welfare through zakat. With 14 member states. And this year, we are back. Integration of zakat and waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. Innovation of zakat and waqf program for economic recovery. global benchmark for Zakat and Waqf operation. The future direction of World Zakat and Waqf Forum threatening global cooperation among member countries. World Zakat Forum 10th International Conference 2020 strengthening Zakat and Waqf synergy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery.
Tes. Tes 1 2 3 tes. Cek. 1 2 3 tes. Tes 1 2 3. Tes 1 2 3. Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To His Excellency, the Vice President of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin. To His Excellency, the Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum, Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur. To the Honorable Director General of the Islamic Community of the Ministry of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Phil Haji Kamarudin Amin, MA. To the Honorable Expert Staff for Financial Services and Capital Market Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Suminto, MSc, PhD. To the Honorable Deputy Secretary Generals of the World Zakat Forum, to the Honorable Chairman of Basnas, Professor Dr. Nur Ahmad, MA. To the Honorable Chairman of BWI, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Nuh. To the Honorable Resident Representative at the ISDB Group Regional Hub in Indonesia, Mr. Salah Jalasi. To the Honorable Basnas Board of Commissioner. To the Honorable BWI Board of Commissioner, and also the distinguished speakers and invited guests of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. Welcome to the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference 2021. Greetings from Jakarta, Indonesia. Alhamdulillah, praises to Allah, for He has blessed us all with health and has granted us the opportunity to gather here today for this event. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Arwafila Ditya Rasokta, and I will be serving as the Master of Ceremony for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the global economy is facing a remarkably strong but highly uneven recovery. During the pandemic and the recovery process, it is undeniable that the Islamic social finance sector, such as Zakat and Waqf, has a significant contribution in helping policymakers accelerate the economic recovery process. The World Zakat Forum, as a home for global Zakat and Waqf institutions in more than 40 countries, has a very strategic role in moving Islamic social finance institutions in addressing global economic recovery. Therefore, this year, the World Zakat Forum will hold the 10th International Conference and Annual Meeting virtually under the theme, Strengthening Zakat and Waqf Synergy in the Post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the event, we would like to announce that this event was organized by the World Zakat Forum, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional, Basnas, Badan Waqf Indonesia, Pusat Pungutan Zakat, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and Rumah Zakat. This event is also supported by PT Pos Indonesia, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Paragon Group, CIMB Niaga Syariah, and Bank BJB Syariah. Now, before we start the event, I would like to read the agenda for today. After the opening, we will all sing and listen to the national anthem of Indonesia, which is Indonesia Raya. This will be then followed by the recitation of the Holy Quran and several opening speeches. Then we will enter the welcoming speech and official inauguration of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. Then we will listen to the keynote speech and enter the first plenary session. After the plenary session, we will listen to another keynote speech, which will be followed by the second plenary session and finally the closing of day 1. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first agenda, which is singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To the audience, please rise for the Indonesian national anthem. Thank you. You may now be seated. Our next agenda will be listening to the Quranic recitation from Brother Ahmad Masroor. To Brother Ahmad Masroor, the floor is yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين والمساكين والعاملين عليها والمؤلفة قلوبهم وفي الرقاب والغارمين وفي سبيل الله وابن السبيل والله عليم حكيم خذ من أموالهم صدقة تطهرهم وتزكيهم بها وصل عليهم إن صلاتك سكن لهم والله سميع عليم والله سميع عليم صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Brother Ahmad Masroor, for the beautiful recitation of the Quran. We will now continue to our next agenda, which is the opening speech from the Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum. To His Excellency, Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadin asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Wa ba'd. His Excellency Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. K. Haji Ma'ruf Amin, Her Excellency Minister of Finance of Indonesia, His Excellency Minister of Religious Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Chairman of Badan Amil Zakat Nasional, Profesor Dr. K. Haji Nur Ahmad, Excellency all the Deputy Regionals of World Zakat Forum, His Excellency Chairman of Badan Waqf Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Muhammad Nuh, His Excellency Resident Representative at the Islamic Development Bank Group's Regional Hub in Indonesia, Dr. Salah Jelasi, His Excellency and Her Excellency Basnas Commissioners, and also the distinguished speakers, invited guests, and participants of the World Zakat Forum 2021. Firstly, I would like to thank you for this great opportunity. It is really a privilege and pleasure for me to give an opening speech for World Zakat Forum Conference with the topic Strengthening Zakat and Waqf Synergy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, Zakat and Waqf have a great history in Islam. In the past, one of the factors why Islam could achieve a golden era is the fulfillment of these Sharia instruments. The glory of Zakat can be found in Caliphate Umar bin Abdul Aziz, while no one needs to get Zakat due to the height of prosperity in that era. Also in Waqf, history recorded that the Ottoman Empire successfully managed Waqf so that around 2/3 of land in that era was Waqf based that can be utilized to provide public goods for the society. But nowadays, Zakat and Waqf must be revived due to the fall of awareness of Muslims to these instruments. It is necessary to be revived to answer the current global economic challenges, especially to recover the economy from the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the COVID-19 gives momentum for Zakat and Waqf to show the rules and urgency in economic. These instruments have shown that they can be reliable instruments for the emergency needs of COVID-19 in their own way. For instance, from a Zakat perspective, Zakat is usually used to fulfill the basic needs of the needy or used as capital aid for the small enterprises, while Waqf land was utilized to build an emergency hospital, for instance. The synergy of Zakat and Waqf is not only sufficient for emergency need and partial programs. In post-COVID-19, it must be developed for economic recovery and implemented with a complementary approach. Zakat and Waqf must complement each other, considering that these two instruments have their own characteristics and potential. According to the study from the Islamic Research and Training Institute of the Islamic Development Bank, the global potential of Zakat collection approximately reaches 50 billion to 60 billion US dollars annually. The huge Zakat potency must be utilized with the integration of Waqf to economic recovery. The Zakat and Waqf institutions could make Zakat-linked Waqf program to build any facility to recover the economy in the post-COVID-19. This concept brings an opportunity to utilize Zakat and Waqf effectively by intermediary the availability of Waqf and the needs of Mustahik. For example, Zakat-linked Waqf can build a Mustahik enterprise center, while land provided by Waqf and the Fund of Development comes from joint fund of Zakat institutions. This mechanism can make the Waqf asset to be more productive, as one of the obstacles to utilizing Waqf assets is the lack of funds to build the project. The Zakat-linked Waqf program can be successfully only there is synergy between Zakat institution and Waqf institutions. Therefore, as World Zakat Forum General, I urge all Zakat and Waqf stakeholders to utilize this event as an opportunity to discuss and enhance Zakat and Waqf synergy to achieve economic recovery in post-COVID-19. I truly believe that the synergy of Zakat and Waqf can bring back the golden era of Islam to give rahmatan lil alamin around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all attendees from various organizations around the world, and also my gratitude to all committees that held this event with remarkable. I pray to Allah that the 10th World Zakat Forum Conference can improve the synergy of Zakat and Waqf development in the world. Amin. Ya Rabbal Alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Zainul Bahanur, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, we would like to announce that this event was organized by the World Zakat Forum, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional or Basnas, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, Pusat Pungutan Zakat, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and Rumah Zakat. This event was also supported by PT Pos Indonesia, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Paragon Group, CIMB Niaga Syariah, and Bank BJB Syariah. Ladies and gentlemen, We will now move on to our next agenda, which is an opening speech from the Basnas chairman. To Professor Dr. K. Haji Nur Ahmad, MA, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana muhabbibina wa syafi'ina wa qurrati a'yunina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyil azim. Amma ba'd. Fakhamah Naib Rais Jumhuriyah Indonesia, Bapak Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, His Excellency Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Ibu Profesor Dr. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, SA, MSc, PhD, His Excellency Minister of Religious Affairs, Republik of Indonesia, Gus Yakut Khalil Qomas, His Excellency Secretary General of Zakat Forum, my best friends, Dr. Kiai Haji Zainul Bahar Nur, His Excellency all the Deputy Secretary General of World Zakat Forum, His Excellency Chairman of PWI, Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Nuh, His Excellency Resident Representative at the HDP Group Regional in Indonesia, Mr. Salah Jilasi, His Excellency, my friends, Basnas Commissioner, and also the distinguished speakers, invited guests, and participants of the Zakat Forum 2021, ladies and gentlemen. It is opportunity. It is an honor for me to be delivering an opening speech with the topic Strengthening Zakat and Waqf Synergy in the Post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic that has occurred since last 2019 has been affecting the global economy and has led to global recession. Based on the World Bank report in 2020, the pandemic estimate to push additional 80 million to 115 million people into extreme poverty in 2020, with the total rising to as many as 150 million by 2021, depending on the severity of the economic contraction. In this regard, extreme poverty refers to living on less than $1.19 a day. Ladies and gentlemen, in this emergency situation, fulfilling basic needs for the society should be put of priority to minimize hunger and to prevent an increase of the crime rates. The economic and fiscal stimulus programs, as well as the social safety net launched by the government and all countries must be monitored for the sake and its efficacy and effectiveness. In helping those who are directly infected by this pandemic, in addition, support from the community, such as the management of Zakat and Waqf funds to be disputed to handle the impact of COVID-19, has been very meaningful and helped the state in looking after the people. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, it is crystal clear that Zakat and Waqf as Islamic social finance instrument have the significant roles in alleviating poverty during the pandemic by creating integrated Islamic social safety net. Zakat and Waqf should build synergy to help low-income society who are suppressed through the pandemic in order to meet their basic needs and maintain their purchasing power in addition to helping with medical emergencies and support. Through consumption and production-based Zakat and Waqf disbursement programs, it is effective. The post-Islamic social finance instrument can serve as a social safety net for the society. The main focus, the Islamic social net to protect human life and hifdun nas as the line with the objective of the Sharia, because the Sharia. Therefore, the program carried out by Zakat and Waqf institution must be designed as effectively and precisely and possible. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, I would like to convey the support of Badan Amil Zakat Nasional for the conduction of the World Zakat Forum 2021 is it is in line with Basnas Vision number 9 that Basnas will play an active role to participate and become the reference for the World Zakat movement. Basnas will play an active role to participate and become the reference of the Zakat of the World Zakat movement. I have come to end of my speech. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I pray to Allah that the World Zakat Forum 2021 will deliver benefit for all of us and for the betterment of Zakat movement in the world. Enough. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Nur Ahmad, for your speech. Dear audience, we will now move on to the second opening speech, which is from the Director General of the Islamic Community of the Ministry of Religious Affairs of Indonesia. To Professor Dr. Phil Haji Kamarudin Amin, MA, the floor is yours.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahil alimil khabir, al-qail fi kitabihil mubin. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. La khaira fi katsirin min najwahum illa man amara bi shadaqatin aw ma'rufin aw islahin bainan nas. Yaf'al dzalika ibtigha'a mardatillah fasawfa nu'ti. Sadaqallahul azim wa huwa asdaqul qailin. Wa nahnu ala dzalika minasy syahidin wasyakirin. Fakhamah Naib Ar-Rais Jumhuriyah Indonesia Al-Mukarram Al-Alim Al-Allama Al-Ustaz Ad-Doktor Bapak Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin Atalallahu umrahu wa aktsara min amsalih. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have been judged by the Minister of Religious Affairs to represent him in delivering his speech in this occasion, and I'm provided with a written speech in Bahasa Indonesia, and I'm not authorized to translate it into English nor in Arabic, so I have to read it in Bahasa Indonesia. I do apologize and hoping to be translated into English or Arabic by translator. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, saya diminta oleh Pak Menteri untuk mewakili beliau dan sudah ada draft speech yang harus saya sampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia dan saya tidak menerjemahkannya ke dalam bahasa Inggris atau bahasa Arab, mohon ada yang menerjemahkan. Yang terhormat Bapak Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia, Bapak Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, yang saya hormati Sekretaris Jenderal World Zakat Forum, yang saya hormati para pimpinan Basnas dan organisasi pengelola zakat lainnya, yang saya hormati para pegiat zakat, pemerhati dan akademisi, seluruh peserta konferensi dari mancanegara yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji dan syukur atas nikmat dan karunia Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, sehingga pada hari ini dapat diselenggarakan konferensi internasional World Zakat Forum. Salawat dan salam kepada junjungan kita Nabi Muhammad SAW beserta keluarga, sahabat dan seluruh umat yang mengikuti risalahnya sampai akhir zaman. Saya menyambut baik konferensi World Zakat Forum yang dilaksanakan di tengah upaya negara-negara di dunia mengatasi pandemi COVID-19 dan melakukan pemulihan kondisi sosial ekonomi masyarakat. Dalam pengalaman Indonesia mengatasi pandemi COVID-19, di samping peran negara melalui institusi pemerintah, tak dapat diabaikan peran organisasi pengelola zakat yang memberi kontribusi konkret dalam membantu penanganan COVID-19 dan menolong warga yang terdampak pandemi ini. Pandemi belum berakhir, kewaspadaan terhadap varian baru COVID-19 sangat diperlukan. Namun optimisme antar bangsa harus dibangun tentang hari esok yang lebih baik. Mari selamatkan generasi umat manusia dari pandemi COVID-19 dengan memperkuat sistem perlindungan kesehatan dan menjaga spirit ta'awun atau tolong-menolong di antara sesama anak bangsa dan antar bangsa. Saya berharap sinergi dan kerjasama organisasi pengelola zakat dari berbagai penjuru dunia semakin berkembang luas. Untuk itu, atas nama negara dan pemerintah Republik Indonesia, saya mengapresiasi peranan yang diambil oleh World Zakat Forum dalam pengembangan gerakan zakat dunia. Para peserta konferensi yang berbahagia, kegiatan berskala internasional ini yang digelar di World Zakat Forum sangat bermanfaat dalam rangka memperluas cakrawala, pandangan, pemikiran, dan memompa semangat para pegiat zakat tentang esensi dan fungsi zakat sebagai salah satu pilar pengokoh peran agama dalam menjaga harkat, derajat dan martabat manusia. Sebagaimana kita ketahui, salah satu cara yang diajarkan Islam untuk menjaga kesetaraan harkat, derajat dan martabat manusia ialah dengan mendekatkan jarak sosial, jarak ekonomi, dan jarak psikologis antara kaya dan miskin. Keseimbangan dan rasa keadilan di tengah masyarakat dan negara pasti akan terganggu sekiranya setiap orang hanya pandai menuntut hak-hak asasinya, tetapi mengabaikan kewajiban asasi dalam hubungan antar sesama manusia. Ketentuan dalam syariat Islam telah tentang kewajiban menunaikan zakat bagi muslim yang harta kekayaan dan penghasilannya telah memenuhi syarat selain menumbuhkan etos kerja umat agar memenuhi kebutuhan hidup dengan cara yang benar, sekaligus mengokohkan semangat persaudaraan dan tolong-menolong yang menembus semua lapisan struktur masyarakat. Salah satu the founding fathers dan wakil presiden pertama Republik Indonesia, Muhammad Hatta, mengatakan, Islam menghendaki masyarakat tolong-menolong, masyarakat yang didasarkan kepada sifat yang terpuji di mata Allah, masyarakat yang berdasar kepada kasih sayang dan keadilan, masyarakat yang melaksanakan keadilan ilahi, keadilan sosial. Semoga pesan ini menginspirasi kita semua dalam mengaktualisasikan pesan-pesan universal Islam bagi penguatan harmoni peradaban dan toleransi. Dalam konteks ini, zakat sebagai harta yang memiliki fungsi sosial sejatinya melambangkan kewajiban asasi manusia, khususnya untuk memperhatikan, melindungi dan memberdayakan sesama umat yang kurang beruntung secara ekonomi. Zakat bukan sekedar filantropi yang bersifat voluntary, melainkan kewajiban atau obligatory yang harus ditunaikan dari harta dan penghasilan seorang muslim dalam kadar nilai tertentu untuk diserahkan kepada yang berhak menerimanya. Para peserta konferensi yang saya hormati, pemerintah Indonesia melalui Kementerian Agama sebagai pemegang otoritas kebijakan makro perzakatan menaruh ekspektasi besar kepada organisasi pengelola zakat dan para pegiat zakat dunia untuk terus menggulirkan agenda-agenda kerjasama perzakatan antar bangsa, serta memaksimalkan manfaat zakat untuk tujuan kesejahteraan dalam skala nasional maupun global. Tema penguatan sinergi perzakatan yang diusung oleh World Zakat Forum diharapkan memberi daya ungkit terhadap kualitas dan profesionalitas pengelolaan zakat di seluruh negara. Kemajuan pengelolaan zakat tidak hanya sebatas formalitas dan simbolistik, tetapi patut disadari sebagai tugas dan tanggung jawab bersama. Mari memaksimalkan pencapaian tujuan pengelolaan zakat yang dirasakan manfaatnya secara langsung oleh masyarakat hingga lapisan yang paling bawah. Potensi zakat umat Islam di seluruh dunia sangat membantu tugas negara dalam mengatasi ketimpangan ekonomi dan kemiskinan bila dimobilisasi dengan sistem pengumpulan dan pendistribusian yang rapi dan tepat sasaran. Untuk itu para amil zakat harus bekerja profesional, amanah, jujur, tidak berpihak pada suku dan golongan, serta memiliki loyalitas tinggi terhadap tugasnya. Peserta konferensi yang saya muliakan, sebelum mengakhiri sambutan ini, saya mengharapkan konferensi World Zakat Forum melahirkan butir-butir rekomendasi yang diimplementasikan dalam kerangka kerjasama pegiat zakat antar bangsa. Satu program yang dilaksanakan lebih baik dibanding 1000 gagasan yang hanya sebatas dibicarakan. Demikian keynote speech yang dapat saya sampaikan dalam konferensi internasional World Zakat Forum tahun 2021 ini. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala memberi kekuatan dan bimbingannya kepada kita semua dalam bekerja, mengemban misi dakwah dan berkontribusi bagi kepentingan umat Islam secara kosmopolitan. Selamat mengikuti konferensi. Sekian dan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Professor Dr. Phil Haji Kamarudin Amin, MA, for your speech. Now, before we move on, we would like to announce that previously, before Professor Dr. Phil Haji Kamarudin Amin's speech, was the speech from the Basnas chairman, Professor Dr. Kiai Haji Nur Ahmad, MA, as the new chairman of Basnas 2020 to 2025. Now, we will officially welcome and give the official inauguration of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. We would like to welcome to the stage Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Professor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin. We would also like to inform to the audience that His Excellency's speech will be delivered in Bahasa Indonesia. Kepada yang terhormat, Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. Yang saya hormati Menteri Agama Republik Indonesia, Head of the Islamic Development Bank, Regional Hub Indonesia, Ketua Basnas, para undangan yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala karena atas limpahan karunia-Nya kita bertemu di kesempatan yang baik ini. Saya senang dapat hadir dalam World Zakat Forum ke-10 tahun 2021 yang mengambil tema memperkuat sinergi zakat dan wakaf dalam pemulihan ekonomi pasca COVID. Hadirin yang berbahagia, selama 2 tahun belakangan, kita dan seluruh bangsa di dunia menghadapi ujian berat yaitu pandemi COVID-19 beserta dampaknya. Kita telah melakukan ikhtiar terbaik demi menyelamatkan jiwa, memulihkan ekonomi, dan menjaga stabilitas kehidupan kita di tengah segala perubahan yang terjadi pasca COVID-19. Selama COVID-19 belum berakhir, selama muncul varian baru yang tidak dapat kita prediksi, maka kita harus terus waspada. Tidak boleh lengah meskipun angka kasus di negara kita menurun. Tidak dapat dipungkiri dari pengalaman menghadapi pandemi COVID-19, selama 2 tahun terakhir, kita banyak belajar, baik sebagai individu, komunitas, maupun bangsa. COVID-19 telah memaksa kita berubah agar kita survive. Ia memaksa kita kreatif dan adaptif dalam mencari solusi agar dunia dapat segera pulih bersama. Penanggulangan pandemi COVID-19 membutuhkan gotong royong, kerja bersama, berjamaah seluruh komponen bangsa. Kita patut bersyukur karena disebut sebagai negara paling dermawan di dunia. Survei ini merefleksikan karakter masyarakat kita yang mau saling membantu, mau berta'awun. Karakter inilah yang menjadi salah satu kekuatan bangsa kita dalam menanggulangi COVID-19. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pemerintah secara intensif mengembangkan Islamic Social Fund berupa zakat, infak, sedekah, dan wakaf. Dalam konteks pemulihan ekonomi nasional pasca pandemi, zakat telah berperan penting dalam menjaga stabilitas perekonomian negara. Potensi zakat di dunia diperkirakan mencapai 500 sampai 600 miliar US dollar setiap tahun. Dan di Indonesia mencapai 327,6 triliun. Potensi yang luar biasa ini harus dapat terrealisasi dengan baik. Untuk mencapai tujuan tersebut, tata kelola zakat harus ditingkatkan, mulai dari pengumpulan hingga penyalurannya. Pemerintah Indonesia bekerjasama dengan Lembaga Zakat Nasional untuk menyalurkan bantuan dalam bentuk zakat kepada mustahik baru, khususnya penanggung beban ekonomi akibat pandemi, selain bantuan kesehatan dalam rangka penanganan COVID-19. Meskipun demikian, zakat semestinya berperan tidak hanya untuk memberikan bantuan, tapi juga meluas pada pemberdayaan umat sesuai dengan prinsip ajaran Islam yang menekankan tentang pentingnya membangun kemaslahatan, menghilangkan kemiskinan, dan meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat atau masyarakat. Selain melalui zakat, pemerintah juga berupaya meningkatkan kesejahteraan rakyat dengan mendorong peran wakaf produktif, salah satunya melalui gerakan wakaf uang yang pencanangannya telah dilakukan oleh Presiden. Dan juga untuk memudahkan masyarakat berwakaf, pemerintah menerbitkan Cash Wakaf Link Sukuk CWLS. Pada prinsipnya, dana wakaf adalah dana abadi umat yang jumlah pokoknya tidak boleh berkurang. Pemerintah bersama Badan Wakaf Indonesia terus mendorong dan memastikan perbaikan tata kelola wakaf agar dana yang dihimpun memenuhi kaidah-kaidah wakaf dan bersifat produktif. Hadirin yang saya muliakan, Sinergi peran zakat dan wakaf dalam upaya pemulihan ekonomi pasca pandemi perlu kita upayakan bersama. Kita memahami bahwa aspek literasi juga harus ditingkatkan agar kemanfaatan zakat dan wakaf lebih optimal. Peningkatan literasi perlu dibarengi dengan pengembangan, pengelolaan dana sosial syariah yang terdigitalisasi dan terintegrasi. Menutup sambutan ini, saya ingin menyampaikan apresiasi kepada World Zakat Forum yang terus aktif berkontribusi dalam kerja bersama dan berjamaah untuk menuntaskan berbagai pekerjaan rumah, terutama pasca COVID-19. Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, World Zakat Forum tahun 2021, saya nyatakan resmi dibuka. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala memberikan inayahnya dan meridai semua upaya yang kita lakukan. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thariq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada yang terhormat Bapak Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin yang telah membuka secara resmi kegiatan World Zakat Forum International Conference. Thank you to His Excellency Professor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin for officially opening the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to our next agenda, which is a keynote speech from the resident representative at the Islamic Development Bank Group Regional Hub in Indonesia. To the Honorable Mr. Salah Jalasi, the floor is yours.
الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على خاتم الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد الأمين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. His Excellency Professor Dr. Al-Haj Ma'ruf Amin, Vice President, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency, His Excellency, representatives of the Minister of Religious Affairs, World Zakat Forum, Baznas, Ministry of Finance, distinguished officials, partners, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like to first extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to the organizers of the World Zakat Forum for organizing this international conference. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank Group, it is a great honor for me to be here and to deliver a keynote speech at this very important forum. This is indeed a gathering of good hearts and great minds. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, the continuation of the pandemic crisis has underlined the gravity and the importance of Islamic social finance institutions of zakat and sadaqah. Like never before, the breakdown of the crisis into two distinct phases, the containment phase and the recovery phase, seems to have unfortunately melted down with the recurring emergence of the pandemic in many parts of the globe. This demands uninterrupted readiness to deal with both dimensions of the crisis, the health as well as the economic crisis, underlining the continued need for safety nets. They call for expenditure on healthcare, sanitation, testing, and increase in the capacity of quarantine centers and hospitals, and also investment in greenfield hospitals, scientific research, establishments and laboratories in the quest for effective drugs, vaccines, and treatment. Safety nets by governments can take various forms for the households, firms, and the financial services sector. Since the impact of the pandemic on these sectors is primarily on their liquidity and solvency, policy options should address both. Therefore, safety nets should aim at shielding affected people and firms with large, timely, targeted fiscal and financial sector measures such as cash transfers, wage subsidies, unemployment benefits, and credit guarantees. Arguably, Islamic finance institutions should enjoy varying degrees of independence from the governments. In the context of the pandemic, however, all the instruments of Islamic social finance should be coordinated together and integrated with the fiscal policy of the governments in the form of safety nets and pro-poor expenditure. Zakat and Sadaqah are increasingly being used by national and international humanitarian and development agencies as cash transfers that may be conditional or unconditional. These have also been used in many ISDB member countries in recent times to create funds for provision of interest-free loans, startup equity, micro-takaful, and other forms of microfinance. During the pandemic, some member countries have increasingly used such funds to cover the expenditure on testing kits, protective gears, and equipment. In Indonesia, the Basnas Pay for Work initiative to engage two-wheeler drivers in sanitizing the streets of the capital city deserves our admiration and commendation. Distinguished guests, sisters, and brothers, the ISDB and Islamic Solidarity Fund for Development, which is the IDB's group's poverty alleviation arm, in collaboration with the Ministry of Religion Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia and Basnas, are piloting a project to improve the collection and utilization of Zakat and Waqf resources to support some community-driven programs, which have strong grassroots poverty reduction and livelihood enhancement impacts. The aim of this project is to identify a model to improve the collection of Islamic social funds such as Zakat and effectively channel and maintain a sustainable flow of funds to support successful community-based poverty reduction programs such as the National Slum Upgrading Project Integrated Community-Driven Development, which is a program currently being implemented by the government of Indonesia under the ISDB financing. Likewise, this project is going to improve the Zakat collection and distribution systems and mechanisms of Basnas by enhancing the IT systems, building capacity, improving governance and awareness, promoting the new IT-based collection structure through match funding, and developing good linkages with community development-driven programs, including planning, monitoring, and reporting. Recognizing the immense need to support communities in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, part of the grant from the ISDB are being utilized to support Basnas in dealing with COVID-19 response activities and serve to stimulate the leveraging of Zakat to augment these efforts on a sustainable basis. We believe that our endeavors will create synergies to endorse Zakat not only as a means of spiritual fulfillment, but also as economic leverage for the betterment of the nations and the Muslim Ummah as a whole, inshallah. Today, we tend to think of social policy and welfare state as new inventions. However, the very foundation of transferring resources from the rich to the poor as a means to alleviate social inequality is already well reflected in the practice of Zakat. In fact, alleviating hunger, poverty and inequality, promoting peace, and protecting the environment are central to the core Islamic principles known as the Maqasid al-Sharia. The Holy Quran identifies the categories of eligible use of Zakat, including helping the poor and needy, refugees, displaced people, and liberating those in bondage. Thus, Zakat strongly aligns with numerous sustainable development goals, including the no poverty, or what is referred to as SDG number 1, zero hunger, which is SDG number 2, reduced inequalities, which is SDG number 10, and partnership for the goals, which is the SDG 17. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply impressed by the way modern and emerging technologies have found increasing application in the Zakat mobilization and allocation efforts of Basnas, which is the national Zakat management body of Indonesia. We are sure such good practices in Zakat management will be deliberated intensely over the upcoming sessions in this conference attended by Zakat professionals from across the globe. And we look forward to further acceleration in the adoption and implementation of the good practices in the global Zakat sector in the days and months to come, inshallah. We'd also like to note that Zakat is about much more than mere mobilizing finance. Zakat and Islamic finance have an underlying philosophy that embodies responsible development that promotes peace, development, harmony, collective prosperity, and tolerance. Therefore, on behalf of the Islamic Development Bank Group's Chairman, His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Sulaiman Al-Jasser, would like to reiterate that ISDB Group's readiness to promote this global awareness campaign on Zakat, Sadaqah, and Waqf, as the bank is fully aligned with the importance of leveraging Islamic social financing in mitigating the impacts and adverse impacts of COVID-19 pandemic through providing the needed support for poverty alleviation, economic recovery, pandemic response, and sustainable development. In concluding, I wish the conference to foster very fruitful deliberations and practical and successful application of the achieved outcomes and results for the benefit of the Muslim Ummah, inshallah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Salah, for your keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we would like to inform that this event was organized by the World Zakat Forum, Basnas, Badan Wakaf Indonesia, Pusat Pungutan Zakat, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and Rumah Zakat. This event is also supported by PT Pos Indonesia, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Paragon Group, CIMB Niaga Syariah, and Bank BJB Syariah. We will now move on to the first plenary session. This session will discuss the topic of integration of Zakat and Waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. This session will be moderated by Dr. Ahmad Juwaini. To Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Arwa Firdautia, the Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, brother and sister, now we enter the plenary session to discuss the topic integration of Zakat and Waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. To discuss this topic, we have three speakers. The first speaker is Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono. He is a Vice Chairman of the Indonesian Waqf Board. Assalamualaikum, Pak Imam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How are you, Pak Imam?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imam, for attending in this conference. And the second speaker is the Honorable Mr. Elnur Sarihopik. He is a Deputy Secretary General of World Zakat Forum. Assalamualaikum, Mr. Elnur Sarihopik.
Waalaikumsalam, Brother Ahmad.
How are you, Brother Elnur?
Fine, Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Thank you so much, Brother Elnur, for attending this conference.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And the last but not the least is Mr. Ahmad Husni bin Abdul Rahman. He is the Manager of Syariah and International Relations Unit of PPZ Malaysia. Assalamualaikum, Tuan Ahmad Husni.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
How are you, Pak Ahmad Husni?
Alhamdulillah, Dr. Majueni, how are you? Long time no see.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Tuan Ahmad Husni, for attending this conference. Okay, without further ado, let's start the session. For the first presentation, we would like to invite Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono. Pak Imam has PhD degree in Business Management from IPB University, and Pak Imam was a former President Director of Bank BNI Syariah Indonesia. Pak Imam, the presentation time is 15 minutes for you. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you Pak Juani. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu ba'du. Your Excellency, Vice President Bapak Kiai Ma'ruf Amin, Secretary General World Zakat Forum, distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude and convey an apology from Pak Professor Nuh, who was unable to attend and asked me to representing him. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share the presentation first. Okay, thank you. Okay, the COVID pandemic that is being experienced by many countries. Hold on. Okay. Besides causing significant negative impacts, should also bring wisdom to us. For a Muslim, it is obligatory to believe that it's impossible for Allah to do wrong to His creatures. So at least this COVID pandemic is able to regenerate our caring attitude, to share and collaborate both among individuals and countries. Indeed, this is where the role of Islamic social fund, namely Zakat, Infak, Sadaqah, Waqf, is tested in maintaining the stability of economic performance in the midst of the pandemic. We believe that this Waqf is able to overcome these problems. However, if the performance of this Waqf is deemed less than optimal, it is not due to the failure of the this Waqf concept, but it is itself but our own stupidity in practicing it. Before coming to the discussion of Islamic financial instruments, I would like to underline the basic principle of transaction in Islam. It must be believed that Islam is a Shumuliya religion, that is a perfect, comprehensive, and integrated religion that regulates all aspects of human life. So Islam has never carried out a dichotomy between business transaction and social transaction, because both are carried out within the framework of worship to Allah, with the same key performance indicator, namely benefit. The following table shows the features and characteristics of each Islamic financial social instrument, starting from Sadaqah, Infak, Zakat, and Waqf. From the above definition, we know that each instrument has its own mandate and complement each other. The presence of all these type of instrument is needed in every event. Infak, Sadaqah, Zakat are more short-term and are used to meet urgent needs. In business terms, this is often known as operating expenses, while Waqf is more long-term in nature, where the principle of the Waqf must be preserved. In business terms, this is identical to capital expenses. In the Islamic concept, each transaction always intersects with 5 aspects of the maslahah element, namely religion, life, intellectual, offspring, and wealth, and is not directly related to the material. It is said in Dururiyah, or essential condition, if humans have not been able to organize it properly according to Islamic rules, where the existing system has not been able to produce halal goods. For example, in a region where Islamic banks haven't been found, the condition of the community there is still in the Dururiyah stages, and so on. As for being able to manifest from one stage to another, Islam has provided an instrument to make it happen, namely Zakat, Infak, and Waqf. All three have different mandates. Zakat is more towards emergency and takes people to the subsistence level, while infaq is more towards caution if there is a temporary shock, while massive infrastructure and civilization development is the duty of Waqf. This time we will focus on Waqf and Zakat. The following slide illustrates how the three sectors are related, starting from the real sector, financial sector, and social sector in economic engine. Islamic economy requires a strong linkage between the three sectors. The financial sector can only spin if the gear in the real sector is really spinning. Every increase in money must be based on an increase in goods and services produced, or known as an underlying basis. Next is the relationship with the social sector, where every time there is an increase in financial asset obtained, then there must be a share allocated to the social sector through the Zakat infaq Waqf instrument. Therefore, these three sectors will be connected by a strong and interconnected belt. As a comparison, we can see how the conventional economic system creates an uncontrolled financial asset bubble. And in turn, every economic bubble that bursts will create an economic crisis whose greatest impact is always detrimental to the lowest of the marginal group. In history, we must have heard story about Khalifah Umar Abdul Aziz, who was able to prosper his people within 3.5 years. This story is often used by the Amil Zakah institution to encourage its target Muzaki to pay zakah. However, if explore the story further, as told by Yusuf Qardawi in his book Alleviating Poverty by Islamic Way, which contains the history of Umar Abdul Aziz, it is stated that the extraordinary performance of zakah is also supported by great Waqf practices. And both zakat and Waqf are included in the mainstream component of the state economy through the role of Baitul Mal. The following is hypothesis on the role of Waqf and Zakat on macro basis, where in the fact Zakat Ziswaf will directly assist the government in terms of reducing poverty, accelerating economic growth, improving income distribution, preventing budget deficits, and reducing government spending. Thus, it is necessary to reconsider providing tax incentive for the Ziswaf instrument to obtain an optimal multiplier effect. At least a number of countries have made Ziswaf a tax deduction component, especially in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, on the micro side, in the context of macro approach, Waqf asset normatively have a number of advantages that must be considered by business people, including legal certainty, certainty of future asset utilization plan, low total investment. In fact, certain projects such as hospital, empowerment of farm, which involving mustahik as target, the operationalization of this asset can utilize zakat fund for their operation. With this characteristic, commercial assets that build on Waqf land have the advantage of the higher IRR, faster BEP, and stronger resilience in the event of economic shock. But in reality, the fact is actually happen the opposite, where business people actually avoid investing in the Waqf asset. Waqf assets are considered inferior because they do not have access to formal financing sources. Although hypothetically, the development of commercial assets on Waqf land is more competitive and profitable than regular land, in practice, Waqf land is avoided by business people. A number of stigmas such as use which can only be used for religious and social purposes, managed by traditional Nazir who are not business-oriented, cannot be used as collateral, are prone to demands from Waqifers. The point is that the financing of commercial assets on Waqf land is an area that is included in the blacklist of banking institutions. Therefore, it is necessary to make breakthrough both in terms of product and the role of institution in order to become compatible, even though this issue should not have happened for Islamic bank. I think this is the space for innovation in the form of combination of social financial instrument to bridge the gap between social and commercial Islamic finance. At least we have started this year with a number of institutions including Badan Waqf Indonesia, Basnas, and BPKH or Hajj Fund institution to jointly build a project in the form of hospital in Semarang, Central Java. In this case, Badan Wakaf Indonesia play a role in providing proper land, both in terms of area and location-wise, while BPKH or Hajj Fund play a role as a provider of fund in the form of CSR and Basnas in addition to fund as well as operational capital from the hospital before achieving sustainable economic of scale. In order to reduce the gap between celestial instrument and conventional market mechanism can be done through two main approach, namely push strategy and pull strategy. Push strategy aims to encourage the presence of Waqf instrument so that they can be immediately implemented effectively to answer the challenge and needs of the community, while pulling strategies aims to attract Sharia institution to reuse the Maqasid Sharia parameters of their KPI. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, what we did earlier was an effort to build an ecosystem. The ecosystem strategy that we will build is to connect the key stakeholders who have been spirited so far, namely government, Islamic financial institution, Zakat, Infak, Sedekah, Waqaf institution, and the community. We have encouraged Islamic financial institution to function as a locomotive in terms of collecting ZISWAF and providing financing for the development of Waqaf asset. Therefore, in the future, Islamic banks must be encouraged as Nazir of cash Waqaf. For Amil or Nazir institution, they must be encouraged to start synergizing superior projects on larger scale so that they are able to produce a wow effect for the community. The pattern of competition or musabaqah must be transformed into synergy or muawanah. Besides that, certification program, training, and upgrading also need to be accelerated, including governance aspects such as transparency and reporting. The role of the community is directed an effort to socialize and increase literacy, both through formal education institution as well as informal education, i.e. ulama, parents, and etc., to foster philanthropic value in a family life to become a family lifestyle. Next, the government role is a guide system manifest in the provision of a conducive set of regulation.
Imam, you still have 5 minutes more.
Yes, this is the last slide. Last but not least is digitalization. In order to build a modern Waqaf ecosystem, Badan Wakaf Indonesia is currently carrying out a digital transformation, which is expected to be completed in the coming years in the future. In the future, all Waqaf stakeholders can be connected in one complete versatile platform. Thank you very much. Jazakallah khairan katsiran.
Thank you so much, Pak Imam. Your presentation is very insightful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if there are any question, please click raise hand button or write the question in the chat box. Later in the question and answer session, we will give you the opportunity to ask the question directly, or we will read the written question. Now we move on to second speaker, Brother Elnur Salihovic. Brother Elnur Salihovic has PhD degree in Islamic Studies from Faculty of Islamic Studies Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Brother Elnur now as consultant in UNICEF in PFP division in Geneva. And also Brother Elnur, former head of Zakat office, Riyasat of the Islamic community in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Time for presentation is 15 minutes. Brother Elnur, the time is yours.
Thank you, Brother Ahmed. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Distinguished participants, it's my great pleasure today to address to this conference, 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference, and this is the very great achievement of World Zakat Forum and all the people and from the Secretary General and all former Secretary Generals and deputies and executive secretary and all the staff and people who contributes to the World Zakat Forum work since the beginning till today. I don't know, just to see if there is a possibility from the organizer, from the secretariat to share my presentation. Can you share that?
The committee, please help to share presentation from Brother Anur.
If there is no possibility, I can try to share, but have some problem with. Okay, yeah. Maybe I can start to speak, and then if there is committee can share, you will see the presentation.
Yeah, maybe while the committee prepare to share your presentation, you can speak the presentation. This is
here is, yeah. Okay. The topic is integration of Zakat and Waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. All of us know that this is the very important topic, and in this first panel, we will, I hope, inshallah, we will give some answers and raise some issues and questions about this topic. Next one, please. Next slide. First, we should to address to note the Zakat and Waqf importance and potential. As we all know, Zakat is most important institute or instrument of Islamic social finance for efficient poverty alleviation, social welfare, and strong support for reaching SDGs. Annual Zakat collection potential is up to $600 billion globally. Of course, there are various projections, but one of the, I believe this one is close to be most appropriate, is that the annual Zakat collection potential is up to $600 billion globally. And this may have huge impact on boosting local and global socio-economic stability and welfare. Together with Zakat, Waqf is leading institute of Islamic social finance for poverty reduction and social welfare. A potential integrated global impact of Zakat and Waqf is more than $1 trillion US dollar. We know that several Muslim countries, please still on the first, okay. Several Muslim countries have been introducing Zakat and Waqf management with significant success, but still it is far from the full potential. We know we see very good Zakat and Waqf management in countries such as Saudi Arabia, in Indonesia, Malaysia, Kuwait, in some other Muslim countries, but we know that still there is a huge potential that should be leveraged in the coming period. In Muslim history, Zakat and Waqf have played very important role in socio-economic stability and development. We know, and as I can recall, the Secretary General for Zakat Forum in the opening speech also mentioned the social welfare in the time of the Khalif Omar ibn Abdul Aziz, and also in the Ottoman Empire, Waqf represent 1/3 of the budget of this very and one of the most successful and the strongest Muslim states or empires in the history. Integration of Zakat and Waqf as most important institute of Islamic social finance can contribute greatly to socio-economic recovery. That is very important today when we believe, inshallah, that very soon we will go out from these problems, that we will soon overcome this pandemic and many problems that arise during this global crisis. And it is a very important, Zakat and Waqf can play and will play, inshallah, very important role in to contribute to socio-economic recovery and stability and growth of local and global economies. Therefore, we need greater synergy of Zakat and Waqf stakeholders, exchange of ideas, best practice, successful stories, and creation of new projects and platforms for collaboration. Next slide, please. I will focus now on some, to try to give some examples of the concrete projects that we can work together, all the stakeholders in the Zakat and Waqf, let's say, industry, Islamic social finance industry, that we can all together work on some concrete strategic projects. For example, we can work on joint projects using Waqf land and properties and blended financing by Waqf and Zakat funds for the poor and needy. As we know, the first two categories mentioned in Quran, in Surah At-Tawbah, in Ayat 60, about the distribution of Zakat. We know the first two categories are poor and needy. And in the same time, all of us, all the OIC member countries, all the institutions within these countries and all Muslim majority populated countries are dedicated to the reaching SDGs, and in this creating and working on these projects, we are supporting strongly reaching goals 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 10. We also can work on health projects for the regular and mobile clinics established by Waqfs and financed by Zakat and Waqf funds. Also, we know it is a very important. We saw how is important the prevention of spread of viruses such as this COVID-19 virus, coronavirus, and pandemics. Importance of vaccination, sanitations, and other measures related to the health. And this is related also to the SDG 3 and SDG 6. Schools, faculties, universities, education, scholarship funds, and foundation established by Waqfs and financed by Zakat and Waqf funds. And we have, alhamdulillah, we have a great tradition and examples in Muslim history as well as today. We know that the most of the best and most prominent or most eminent and Muslim schools and universities globally was established by Waqfs and is financed, still is financed, such as Al-Azhar and other universities in Muslim countries. Also in my country, in Bosnia, we have all the madrasa and Islamic schools and faculties was established by Waqfs and is financing by the Zakat funds. And it is a very good example of the integration of Zakat and Waqf funds, and how Zakat and Waqf can jointly contribute to especially for the education.
And you still have 5 minutes more.
Okay. A greater support to startups and innovative solutions that will motivate, support, and enable young people in Muslim countries for greater entrepreneurship and new ideas that will bring necessary transformation of socio-economic environment in Muslim countries. We know that a majority of OIC member countries are middle income countries. It is 35 middle income countries. Low income countries are 15, and only 7 high income countries of OIC member countries. And there is a huge need for new ideas, innovation, investments in poverty alleviation, sustainability, and social welfare projects. And this is the work on SDG 8, 10, and 11. Next slide, please. Also, everybody now talk about the climate change, green projects, and it is also a huge opportunity for Zakat and Waqf stakeholders to work more on green projects for preventing and reducing climate change and mitigation of actual negative impacts of that, supporting local communities to invest in clean energy, as well as greater support to irrigation projects to prevent negative impacts of drought and food shortages. Waqf land and joint support by Zakat and Waqf funds can be one of game changers on the ground. Waqf land can be used for solar plants, irrigation, farming, and Zakat and Waqf funds for supporting local sustainability and innovative entrepreneurship projects. And it is work on SDG 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Integrated activities of Zakat and of Awqaf institutions should be part of poverty alleviation and social welfare strategies of majority Muslim populated countries or OIC member and other countries. In many countries, creation of successful Zakat and Waqf institution and efficient systems that will make additional progress on the poverty reduction and social welfare is still in progress. Next slide, please. Next slide. I believe that we should to Zakat and Waqf Forum and other stakeholders globally should to work on some on creation on some platforms, global platforms for collaboration, and one of that this is the one I can propose. One idea is the Global Islamic Social Finance Fund for SDGs, poverty alleviation and social welfare. This fund is a global platform for partnerships and cooperation with the goal of improving impacts of Islamic social finance, primary Zakat and Waqf on national and global level. The fund can facilitate partnerships and collaboration between funding partners, Zakat and Waqf Forum, and governments, agencies, foundations, and other partners from OIC member countries and globally. The fund can provide proper platform for collaboration in utilization of great potential of Islamic social finance for relief, emergency, resilience, development, and social welfare projects. We can discuss this more. Just to finish with the next slide because of the time. Next slide, please.
Minute more, Brother Elmer.
Yeah, okay. This is the last one.
Okay.
And I believe we should to put some goals and targets for the next time, for the coming period. And I believe till 2030, we should to have the target of $300 billion of Zakat and Waqf funding for poverty alleviation and social welfare. We should to jointly work on strategic action of OIC or Muslim majority Muslim populated countries for reaching SDG priorities, SDG 1 and SDG 2, that will not left any citizen of these countries below poverty line. World Zakat and Waqf Forum can play important role in coordination of strategic actions of its members and other main stakeholders in reaching these goals. This will require strengthening and improving performance of local, national Zakat and Waqf institutions and their collaboration on national, regional, and global level. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Brother Elnur. A very useful presentation. Okay, I would like to repeat for all participants, if there are any question, you can write a question in the chat column or chat box. Later in the question and answer session, we will read the written questions. Okay. We move to the third speaker, Mr. Ahmad Husni bin Abdurrahman. Mr. Ahmad Husin bin Abdurrahman, a member to several committees under PPZ MA Majelis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan Malaysia. He brings with him more than 10 years working experience, particularly in Zakat jurisdiction. Mr. Ahmad Husni Abdurrahman, also a Sharia advisor at Amanah Warisan Berhad or Awaris, and a trainer for fundamental certificate in Sharia for banking and finance program in College University Islam Selangor. And Mr. Ahmad Husni Abdurrahman has wrote many papers, articles, and books on zakat, among others on related fatwa on zakat, zakat calculation, and distribution of zakat. The present time The present time is 15 minutes. The time is yours, Mr. Ahmad Hussein.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. First of all, I would like to thanks to moderator of the section, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, and also all distinguished presenter in this parallel session and fellow participants of the World Zakat Forum 10th International Conference. First of all, I would like to share my opinion that I strongly agree with both presenters, Dr. Iman and Dr. Elno's point of view regarding the integration of Zakat and Waqf in alleviating poverty, and they have provided us with a few examples and also ways which we can understand that the Zakat and Waqf can actually stand in together to alleviate poverty. I would like to share my presentation now. Can everybody see my presentation? The integration of Zakat and Waqf in alleviating multidimensional poverty towards sustainable development goals, SDG. Okay, as for introduction, Zakat and Waqf, these are two fundamental instruments of Islamic philanthropy. We are now empowering Zakat and Waqf funds to contribute in alleviating multidimensional poverty, because we have many challenges in poverty. It's not only one side of problem, but it is actually multi-dimensional poverty level. We are striving for integration of Zakat and Waqf in various dimensions that is crucial and possible to enhance the effectiveness of these particular instruments. Okay, when we're talking about integration, the dimensions of integration, we have three main pillars or three main important elements to make this idea a success. We have to collaborate with between the government, the management part, and also the funds part of the integration. Okay, first of all, we would like to talk about the government part. In Malaysian context, the existing Jauhar Department of Waqaf, Zakat and Hajj, they should take the major responsibility to integrate between Zakat and Waqaf, and they have to enhance we have to enhance the function and operation of Jauhar. Similarly to Indonesia is Basnas, to be at par with other governmental institutions. Innovate approaches to address poverty issue and also social welfare, and we have to amend the existing law, the Zakat Act and also the Waqf Act for the federal territories and also for the all states in Malaysia. When we're talking this in Malaysian context. Okay. Next, we move to the management part of this integration. Religious authority is advised to revise the existing model of Zakat and Waqf management, because we are operating in a way that we are still operating in traditional way, even though we accept or we apply new style of doing Zakat and also Waqf, but we are still actually in a traditional way. So we have to move further, and we also have to think outside the box for us to do a new model of Zakat and Waqf in order for us to alleviate the multidimensional poverty problem nowadays. Okay, issue of centralization, decentralization, and corporatization. These are three main issues that we have, that Zakat and Waqf actually it is under the centralization mode, but there are some who do Zakat and Waqf on their own, not doing the Zakat and Waqf with the government, and also the corporatization of the Zakat and Waqf institution. Okay, the next thing is we need to enhance services, aggressive promotions such as da'wah, and educational approaches. We have to handle the critics and solve bureaucracy issues wisely with hikmah. A good governance, integrity, and competent way of doing the zakat and waqf management is really in need. And also we have to do our self-criticism and doing continuous improvement in order for us to meet the challenges nowadays. Okay, the third part is when we're talking about the funds. Okay, when we're talking about the funds, the areas of the funds is, as you can see from the table presented, the areas is collection, distribution, investment, and ownership of recipients. When we're talking about zakat money, the collection of zakat money is only from the wealth that exceed the amount of nisab under certain categories. But for the collection of waqaf, it can be from all types and sources of wealth. In order to, when we're talking about distribution, zakat is only restricted to asnaf, whereas waqaf, there is no restriction for us to spend to anybody, to beneficiaries, whether it is from asnaf of zakat or from outside the zakat asnaf. As for investment, the zakat money actually is permissible. We would like to take or to have the hukama or the fuqaha point of view that permits zakat to be invested, but the return should be returned back to asnaf. And as waqaf, as we know, it is permissible for us to do investment on waqaf. And also the ownership of recipients from zakat is individual, but from the waqaf side, it can be both individual or institutional. From the above areas, the funds of zakat and waqaf should be integrated in order to maximize and utilize this fund for the well-being of ummah. And we have to have the control and audit system in case of misappropriation and mismanagement of funds. Okay. Next step is we want to talk about multi-dimensional poverty. The measurement of poverty is composed of two fundamental steps, according to Amartya Sen, determining who is poor, identification, and building an index to reflect the extent of poverty aggregation. Both steps have been sources of debate over time among academics and practitioners. For a long time, unidimensional measures were used to distinguish poor from non-poor. More recently, new measures have been proposed to enrich the understanding of socioeconomic conditions and to better reflect the evolving concept of poverty. Unidimensional poverty mainly used household income for determination of the poor and needy, and according to Sen, 1981, called the direct method of poverty identification. Contrasting with the income method, the direct method assesses human deprivation in terms of shortfalls from minimum level of basic needs, and multidimensional poverty encompasses the various deprivations experienced by the poor people in their daily lives, such as poor health, lack of education, inadequate living standards, disempowerment, poor quality of work, a threat of violence, living in areas that are environmentally hazardous, among others. And these are the main areas that we want to work on the zakat and waqaf integration. So the three multidimensional poverty areas that we are talking just now is health, education, and living standards. So from the health perspective, we can help asnaf through the waqaf and to the zakat and waqaf funds, waqaf hospital for affordable healthcare service, and also the zakat fund can be used to give help to those who are in need. We can form a dialysis center and also confinement and post-birth support center for asnaf mothers. Okay. As for the education part, we can form an education fund from the zakat and waqaf, sponsorship for asnaf, waqaf and zakat center of excellence, and also waqaf zakat boarding school and also university. These are the parts that we can play, that zakat and waqaf can play their role in integrating the fund to benefit the education, especially for the needy. Okay, And last but not least, the living standards. We can use the zakat and waqf money to project housing project through zakat and waqf funds, cash and corporate waqf model in case of expensive land issue, zakat and waqf mart, recreational center through waqf funds, and also microfinance for asnaf entrepreneur. These are the areas that we can play our role in integrating zakat and waqf money or zakat and waqf fund to alleviate the poverty. Okay, now we are talking about zakat and waqf post-COVID-19. The concept of Islamic financial inclusion is not limited to promoting access and use of the Islamic financial services, but it is also a significant tool to encourage and raise awareness among members of the community in casting their zakat and endowment or waqf and charitable donations into dedicated funds in order to achieve the sustainable development growth of the society. And zakat and waqf is considered as crucial and critical instruments of Islamic social finance through financing of project, goods, basic needs, and also services, healthcare and education. We can do also a form of qard hasan, waqf sukuk, waqf siyasah syariah, and etc. Okay.
Tuan Ahmad Hussein, you still have 5 minutes more.
Yes, to summarize my presentation over here is we can see the simulation from zakat and waqf. We can pull the fund to do special project or special investment, as we said before, as I portrayed before in the presentation, and the proceeds can go to the beneficiaries. These are the main area that we can play from zakat and waqf. And I think I rest my presentation up to this point. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmad Jumaini. I pass back the session to you.
Thank you, Tuan Ahmad Husni, for your presentation. A very nice presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the question and answer session. Before I give the audience a chance to ask question, I would like to ask a speaker a question. To Pak Imam, the question is, how should the management of zakat and waqf be combined to alleviate poverty and improve people's welfare? Please, Pak Imam, you can answer the question. Sorry, I will repeat my question.
Yes.
How should the management of zakat and waqf be combined to alleviate poverty and improve people's welfare?
Okay, thank you. Yes, as I mentioned before in my presentation, that actually Waqaf, Zakat, Infak, Sadaqah is a complementary instrument. So it should be presented together in every event in the problem of the Ummah. Learn from what has been done by Khalifah Umar Abdul Aziz. Actually, it is not enough just to integrate Zakat and Waqaf, but more than that, namely to reintegrate social and commercial finance as well, and make them a component of the mainstream economy. So, in a short is we have started to make a, let's say, merger. Merger is the easy way. First, starting from merger the program first, or merger the purpose of or the object of the zakah and waqaf, and the next phase is merger in the institution, and the third phase is merger in policy. So currently we are starting with the merger in the program and the purpose of using zakah and waqaf. In BWI and Basnas experience, we are starting with the building the hospital. Let's say hospital in Masjid Agung Semarang. The land came from Waqaf, and then combining with the Hajj Fund (CSR), and then the Zakat Fund is providing the working capital for the hospital and in order to expand the scale of the hospital until reaching the scale of economics or BEP, and it should be duplicated on the other project. This is so again. I just my conclude is starting from now. I think zakah, wakaf, infak, sedekah again it should be present together in every event of the economics problem in ummah. But again, it is not enough to integrate all the social instrument funds, but also should be integrated with the commercial finance. And last but not least, the government should put it on the mainstream economy policy, not a peripheral, not whatever the extracurricular curriculum on the in the economy of the agenda of the economy of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imam, for the answer. And then for Brother Elnur, I have question. How is the experience of Bosnia-Herzegovina in the management of zakat and wakaf in poverty alleviation and improving welfare?
Yeah, thank you, Brother Ahmed. In Bosnia, I mentioned something in my presentation. We have first our priority of zakat and waqf institutions in Bosnia is the education, and we have the great integration of waqf and zakat institutions, joint efforts in the education, in the improving performance of our Islamic, first of all, Islamic schools and faculties, university, and also other educational institutions. Also, there is during this pandemic, we have very good examples of integration and we can say collaboration between Waqf and Zakat institution, because in Bosnia, all the Islamic institutions are under the Islamic community of Bosnia and Herzegovina that is responsible for all the matters related to Islam and Muslim religious matters within the country. And that's why we have under the one institution, under the one organization, we have the Waqf and Zakat institutions with great collaboration and joint efforts. During this pandemic, we have various projects related to the mitigation of bad impacts of pandemics to the most endangered population. We have a great agricultural projects where we make blending of some zakat and waqf funds for the farming and agricultural production on the waqf land for the poor and needy population. And also there is some kind of waqf trust funds and microfinancing for the poor and needy, for the people, for the small farmers and people, small entrepreneurs, to be able to help them to be able to overcome all the obstacles and problems caused by this crisis. And this is, we can, of course, we can speak. We have no time to speak about all various projects, but just to mention a few. This is as I mentioned, our first priority is when we talk about the synergy of Zakat and Waqf, is the education and improving our education, and then is the help to poor and needy, because of the fact that in Bosnia, Alhamdulillah, we have no so much people under the let's say in the extreme poverty, and that's why our first priority is and our more focus is on the education. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Elnur, for your answer. And then next to the Tuan Ahmad Husni, similar with the question for the Brother Elnur, I have question. How is the experience of Malaysia in the management of Zakat and Waqf in poverty alleviation and improving welfare?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmad Joaini, and also distinguished presenters. In Malaysia, as I said before in my previous presentation, we do have the Department of Zakat, Waqf, and Hajj. Okay, it is called Jauhar. Jauhar is a body that we said that Jauhar is a body that control and oversee the Zakat, Waqaf, and Haji in Malaysia. Okay. As for the Federal Territory State of Kuala Lumpur, we have projects on Waqaf land, building hospitals. Also, we build masjids, mosques on the Waqaf land, and also schools, Islamic and religious school on the Waqaf land. So we have the experience of integrating the Waqaf and Zakat in education and also health, and also religious part of the Muslim community. So how this can benefit to alleviate the poverty, because we don't give directly to the recipients, but those children who are poor and needy can enroll, for instance, in schools, in our designated schools. They can enroll and have education there for free. This is the part of how we are going to help the poor and also the needy in Malaysia, in order for them to get good education, and then they will have a better future, and with that they will strive to alleviate the poverty in their own household. Okay, and also we build a hospital on Waqaf land, and we do have a collaboration between Zakat and Waqaf in various projects, such as in Johor, in Saham Waqaf Johor and whatnot. We also have Saham Waqaf in various projects that collaborated with Zakat as a source of fund, and Zakat is doing investment through Waqaf projects, and the proceeds will benefit at the end for the poor and also for the needy. Wallahu a'lam. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Ahmad Husni, for the answer. Next, I will give a chance to some people who have raised their hand. I see from the screen, the first I will give a chance to Miss Basaria Nainggolan. Miss Basaria Nainggolan, you can deliver your question now. Yes, please. Miss Basaria Nainggolan. I can hear your voice. Please speak louder, maybe.
Oh ya, iya tadi kemudian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, yang pertama terima kasih sudah diberikan kesempatan untuk mengomentari. Untuk narasumber pertama, ya di Indonesia secara regulasi ya Undang-Undang Zakat sampai instruksi Presiden sampai kepada lembaga Basnas ya provinsi sampai ke daerah itu kalau dari institusinya sampai ke bawah ya sampai ke bawah itu Basnas ya sebagai pengelola dana zakat ya. Namun kalau kita lihat secara implementatif ya maksudnya secara kenyataan di masyarakat Basnas sepertinya belum optimal dalam mengelola zakat sehingga termasuk kami yang di Provinsi Maluku Utara ya sehingga belum kelihatan gerak pengentasan kemiskinannya. Padahal secara kalau kita lihat dari regulasinya itu undang-undang zakat, instruksi presiden sampai susunan pengurusan itu lengkap. Tapi sepertinya sebenarnya apa rintangan halangan sehingga Basnas belum optimal dalam pelaksanaan pengelolaan zakatnya ya secara manajemennya itu sehingga sesuai dengan pasal itu dia bisa meningkatkan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Yang kedua tadi integrasi wakaf dengan kalau nggak salah pemateri kedua ya integrasi wakaf dengan zakat itu sepertinya sangat menarik ya kalau kita ingin melakukan suatu penelitian karena memang wakaf zakat ini adalah dana sosial yang berada di masyarakat yang kalau kita maksimalkan pengumpulannya bisa membantu ya memang kalau dalam ekonomi Islam itu kan konsep ta'awun tolong menolong itu sangat diutamakan. Tadi saya mendengar tentang pembiayaan menggunakan wakaf sebagai pembiayaan ya sebagai pembiayaan sehingga dananya itu bisa digunakan untuk masyarakat. Itu konsepnya bagaimana ya konsepnya bagaimana. Kemudian tadi Malaysia ya sudah melakukan pengelolaan zakatnya ya. Tetapi indikatornya apa? Indikator untuk suatu masyarakat bisa menerima dana zakat itu sehingga kalau kita lihat di beberapa daerah ya itu lebih diutamakan keluarganya sehingga betul-betul dana zakat itu seperti pendapat Yusuf Kardawi bahwa dana zakat itu yang diberikan kepada orang-orang yang membutuhkan. Kemudian integrasi ada 3 tadi saya lihat itu ya, antara pemerintah ya pemilik harta dengan lembaga ya itu bagaimana supaya optimal karena memang sebenarnya dana itu kan ada di masyarakat ya dana zakat itu ada di masyarakat termasuk juga dana wakaf itu ada di masyarakat tapi bagaimana masyarakat bisa memiliki kesadaran yang penuh sehingga zakat dan wakaf itu bisa dioptimalkan dan lembaga yang ditunjuk itu juga bisa memainkan perannya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you and terima kasih Miss Basaria Nainggolan. The first question for Pak Imam. The question is about how to improve the effectiveness zakat law or zakat regulation in Indonesia. Maybe like the question. How to improve effectiveness zakat regulation in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. Even it is not actually this is not my jurisdiction because again basically I'm representing the Badan Waqaf Indonesia, but maybe I could explain why the penarikan zakah ya or zakah withdrawals langsung kepada pegawai negeri atau karyawan tidak efektif, gitu ya. Because again, it is not only related to technical matters, but also to the literacy and politics condition. Although theoretically the direct withdrawal of zakah will increase the amount of zakah mobilization significantly. Jadi kalau memang teorinya sih sebenarnya mudah, gitu ya. Apabila zakat itu ditarik secara langsung, baik itu kepada karyawan, kemudian pegawai negeri, maka secara otomatis jumlah daripada zakat itu meningkat. Tapi sekali lagi isunya tidak hanya dalam konteks teknikal, tetapi juga isunya masih menyangkut aspek literasi, pemahaman, kemudian juga tadi politik termasuk ketentuan dan penerimaan masyarakat, dan yang terakhir ya kesiapan daripada daripada amil zakat dengan program dan reportingnya. So the implementation should be more careful. There are many prerequisites, banyak persyaratan yang harus disiapkan that need to be prepared, such as reporting system, program effectiveness, transparency, and supervision. And not but least is political condition. Jadi seperti itu, Bu. Jadi tidak otomatis kita bisa langsung kalau memang di daerah-daerah tersebut lembaga amil zakatnya masih belum siap dengan manajemen yang bagus, kemudian reporting sistemnya juga dan transparansinya. Jadi memang bertahap, tetapi I believe that kita akan menuju ke sana, dan saya yakin teman-teman Basnas tengah menyiapkan, dan sekali lagi yang saya tahu juga Basnas itu menganut pola desentralisasi. Jadi kalau yang dituntut adalah Basnas pusat untuk hal-hal tertentu, sebenarnya yang punya PR juga lebih banyak adalah Basnas provinsi. Mungkin sementara seperti itu, dan mohon maaf apabila ada yang salah karena terus terang saya lebih memahami wakaf daripada zakat. Tapi tadi kurang lebih seperti itu. Demikian, terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Imam, for your answer. And the second question for Brother Elnur, Miss Basari Nainggolan need more explanation about how the wakaf can be source of financing. Brother Elnur?
Yeah.
Can you explain and answer?
We know that recently there are more and more cash waqf, so-called cash waqf, and we have in many Muslim countries, including within the Islamic Development Bank, there is a more and more waqf trust funds, and I can give some examples from the one trust fund that was operated under the Islamic Development Bank that contributed greatly to the some small farmers in Bosnia, in my country, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, through the Islamic microfinance, and that's the we have various opportunities, potentials for improving Waqf impact through the using this Waqf trust funds. And I can say I was involved in my country, in Bosnia, almost 10 years or more than 10 years. I was involved in the board of the this Waqf trust fund of the Islamic Development Bank for Bosnia and Herzegovina. And through this fund, hundreds or thousands of small farmers and small entrepreneurs get very significant support, and that was the through the microfinance, and that was the real help for them. And there is a various, I believe, in the still there are many examples, but I believe, inshallah, in the near future we will have more and more various instruments with blending zakat, cash waqf, and zakat funds for supporting the and we really need, if we want to, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have most of Muslim countries are the developing countries, and some of them, 15 or more, are the low income countries. And if we want to have a greater development and to change the situation, socioeconomic environment in these Muslim countries, we need also, together with all the strategy and all the various measures from the governments of these countries, or various economic instruments, we also need the proper use of zakat and waqf potentials, including these blending of zakat and waqf funds for supporting new ideas, and that of course will be Sharia compliant. And I believe we have and that's why we need the proper Sharia understanding of the, not only just to talk about, when we talk about zakat, just to talk poor and needy, and that's the stop, and not go beyond that. We really have I believe Sharia is wide enough, and we can find the better solutions for the Muslims worldwide to change current socio-economic environment, and that should be the we should to put more efforts, including better utilization, better leverage of potential of zakat and waqf. I can this is the in summary. We can talk about some concrete projects, but I don't know if we have enough time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Leonard. The third question from Ms. Basaria for Tuan Ahmad Husni. The question is, what are the requirements if someone in Malaysia can receive zakat as mustahik? What's the requirements?
All right. Okay, thanks, Dr. Ahmad Joaini. We have a special indicator to determine the eligibility of zakat recipient based on hadul kifayah or sufficient limit. We actually done a research, empirical research, to determine the household needs in family. Based on this data, we form a sufficient limit. So had kifayah is not only for individuals but also including families. So when a household income, let's say in Kuala Lumpur, they have not more than 2,500 ringgit per month. Okay, we are talking about Malaysian currency. If a family or an individual have the household income of not more than 2,500 ringgit per month, he or she or the family can be considered as mustahik for zakat. Okay, this is regarding the zakat recipient. And I also heard the question from our participant, how to optimize the zakat and waqaf fund. First we have to put trust to the community with good governance, transparency, and also integrity. We are now in Malaysia, especially I'm talking in the Kuala Lumpur state, federal state territory. We are in the midst of enforcement of the law pertaining zakat to be presented to the parliament, known as Rang Undang-Undang Zakat or the Bill of Law for Zakat. And when the Bill of Law of Zakat for Zakat is being approved in the parliament, then only we can empower and also we can enforce the law to make zakat as an obligatory requirement to the Muslim community and be at par with the obligation of tax. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tuan Ahmad Husni. Okay, next we give chance to who have raised their hand is Mr. Turai A. Usman. Mr. Turai Usman, you can deliver your question now. Mr. Turai Usman, can you deliver your question now? Okay. Please, Mr. Turai Usman, it's your time. Can you on cam? I can't hear your voice. Please speak louder. I cannot hear your voice.
Dr. Ahmad
I'm
Juwaini.
sorry, Mr. Turai Usman.
Dr. Ahmad
We
Juwaini.
still cannot hear your voice.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Turai Usman. You can have my hair.
Dr. Ahmad? Dr. Ahmad Juwaini, can you hear me? Okay. Maybe we can move on to the other the other participant who has asked a question, because it seems that from Mr. Turai there is a problem with his signal.
From this forum, because we are actually back. We saw South Africa and places like Egypt, but in Central Africa, we are Kenya, Central Africa, places like this, we are still very broadly backwards in zakat. The community is suffering and in a way that they cannot connect this management system is very important. And until we get to know exactly how to run it, there is a lot of corruption and trust issues. This is where I call for partnership between all these other countries that are doing it, so that we can have a very basic understanding and how we can raise the community up. This question is actually, how do we partner? How do we partner to achieve synergy in making it happen? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafiki. Yeah, maybe this question can answer by Brother Elnur, because Brother Elnur is as a Deputy Secretary General for Zakat Forum also. Mr. Rafiki,
thank you.
Information about the synergy or cooperation, yeah, about Zakat organization, please.
Thank you, Brother Rafiq from Kenya, for his contribution to this panel and for his question. I believe that we can organize through the World Zakat Forum committee. We can organize that our brothers from Kenya get first support from the countries from Africa that are involved already in the World Zakat Forum, such as our brothers from and sisters from Nigeria, South Africa, that have a very good system of zakat, that zakat institutions operate very successfully in these countries. And I believe Brother Lawal Maidoki and Sister Yasmina can provide first proper support to brothers in Kenya. And of course, we can see for some other support from the Secretariat of World Zakat Forum and other member countries. And as I know, some of our member countries exchange experiences, and some of the we saw in last 3-4 years there was some visits, especially from our brothers from Africa, some member countries to brothers in Malaysia, Indonesia, and this is a good examples of collaboration and exchange of experience. And I believe we can also involve brothers from Kenya in these programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Elnur Sarihofik. Maybe I will invite Mr. Muhammad Lawal Maidoki. You can give response or answer from the question from Mr. Rafiki also.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I am glad that I'm given this opportunity to help Brother Elnur Milosevic, my friend father, but he has been able to deal with the
Brother Almaidoki.
And
thank you.
Brother in Kenya, effort has already been made much earlier than now to reach out to them. Our brothers in Sudan, our brothers in Uganda. And for your information, the Sanzab in South Africa is one of the strongest zakat and zakat, as well as the Waqf in South Africa, also with regards to Waqf. One of the strongest in Africa. And you are supposed to be covered by the Deputy Secretary General of World Zakat Forum in Sudan. He is in this forum, And I know that for some, yes, there are some issues with respect to our brothers in Sudan. But remember, Sudan also has Institute of Zakat. Many of them are shed light by our brother El Nur from Bosnia. It is very true. The forum is open to everyone. I cover the sub-Saharan Africa, especially the West Africa. In most of these countries, I visited them personally. And I believe if you leave your contact to the Secretariat of World Zakat Forum, you will be linked. And I think we can discuss outside the forum discussion here on how further we can consolidate that of Kenya. But I believe we have also reached out to Kenya, but only the response has not been very, very, encouraging as expected. So you are one that can help, either through the Islamic Council of Kenya or any existing institution dealing with Zakat and Waqf in Kenya. And I think in Bandung, if I'm not forgetting, maybe I've not forgotten, I think someone came from Kenya with respect to World Zakat Forum. I'm not very sure, but it's like, I want to remember whether it's from Kenya or from Tanzania. So you are most welcome, our brother. And our contacts are here. And as said by Brother Elnur Milosevic, I and Sister Ismina Franca and the other brother from the Institute of Zakat or from Sudan, the Zakat Chamber, we will put hands together and see how we can help not only those of you in Kenya, but our brothers in Tanzania and our brothers, the whole in Africa, to join us. And let's put hands together, as Allah said, "Ta'awanu 'alal birri wat taqwa, wa la ta'awanu 'alal ithmi wal 'udwan." So this little response, I think, suffices, and we can talk outside the forum or after the conference. We can discuss further with our brother. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Brother Ahmed Joani. You are a living witness that I have visited you severally. I even came with my governor. You received him at KNKES, and that has strengthened Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment Commission. And Business has become almost a household name in Sokoto, Nigeria, because of our collaboration with Business. We visited PPZ in Malaysia. We visited the Lambaga Zakat, Negeri Keda, our very good friends who have also now even reached out to Al-Buhari International University to take some orphans and some students, just like they have done to Business, to also enjoy that support of education. And also, if you remember our brothers in Salango, who are part of the organizers at Lambaga Zakat Salango, they have been very, very good friends. And I'm going to make a presentation later, maybe tomorrow. I'm going to raise some of this issue in terms of networking. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and may Allah reward all of you who have enjoyed this presentation. And thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Brother Lawal Maidoki. Next, I will read the question from the chat column or chat box. Maybe the committee can show the question. Yeah, the first question from Pertiwi Utami from Steady Lampung, Indonesia, to Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, related to the theme of the integration of Zakat and Waqf in alleviating poverty and improving people welfare. What is the picture of a good integration that may be adopted by Indonesian Amil Zakat and Waqf institution in the era of digitalization, and what are the possible challenges and obstacles? Please, Pak Imam, you can answer this.
Thank you. First is, what is the picture of good integration? First, like I mentioned before, that like a business, that Zakat is analogy or related with the operating expenditures, and Waqf is talking about the capital expenditures. So what we are combining is, let's say we select one project and then we spread the expenses into capital expenses and operating expenses. we are talking about operating expenses, we could use the source of fund coming from zakat, infak, and sadaqah. While the capital expenses like land, building, and other infrastructures, we could utilize the Waqf sources. And what is the relation with the digitalization? I think with the current advanced technology, we can make the fund mobilization using the e-platform or raising fund through the electronic channels. And we could also utilize the blockchain technology. If we are using the blockchain technology, the allocation of the fund is good monitored and reporting real time and very transparent. So I think this is a challenge for the Lembaga Ambil Zakat and Nazir to utilize the current technology and combining the one project of Ummah by combining the source of fund using Zakat, Infak, Sadaqah, and Waqf together. But again, by using the technology, we could reporting it and directly and very transparent. So it is could create the good ecosystem for the zakat and waqf as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imam. Next to the second question from the chat column. Okay. Yeah, from Wahid Komari, from Basnas Kabupaten Tuban to Mr. Elnur Salihovic. The question is, you state that we need greater synergy of zakat and wakaf stakeholders, exchange of ideas, best practice, and creation of new projects. The only thing that I want to ask is how to implement IT, information technology, it's mean. I see everywhere, including in Tuban Regency, there are a lot of families need help. There are 100 children got lost their father or mother, whereas they are still alive to run their need to school, to eat, and soon. There are a lot of small traders have problems in getting capital, getting markets. How can we in Tuban Regency help them? I do hope there is a real synergy between Basnas Kabupaten Tuban, to any ZISWAP stakeholders. Yeah, maybe this is case in Indonesia, but Mr. Elnur Salihovic, you can answer the case study, this case study.
Yeah, thank you. As I mentioned earlier, yes, there are many problems, unfortunately, globally, not only in Indonesia, in many countries, especially during this pandemic. Many families and poor and needy people lost their income and the possibility to work, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, there is a responsibility, first of all, responsibility of the state, and as we know, in various parts of the world, and including the OIC and Muslim majority populated countries, we have various systems and various situations. And in my country, the first responsibility for social care is on the social services of the government. And this is the first address that the poor and needy people should to apply for some support. Additional support they can get from the Islamic community, from the Zakat and Waqf funds. And it is during this pandemic, we saw the importance of proper and strong local and national institutions, and that they can provide the proper first aid to the most endangered population. And I mentioned in my country one of the good examples how we are supporting the people who can't get the loans from the banks because they have no proper let's say they can't provide the proper guarantee for returning the financing. We have here in Bosnia, and I believe in many Muslim countries, there are various funds, trust funds, and funds that provides Zakat and Waqf institutions for supporting the small entrepreneurs, people who need not only, I don't talk only about the people who are in extreme poverty, the poor and poor population that really need to be the responsibility of all of us. We really need to care and not to allow that we have in our neighborhood that we have the people who are in extreme poverty. And this is the responsibility not only of the governance, but for all of us. I'm talking about the people who lost their income during this pandemic, and I think this question is focused more on that. And I believe we should to work more on creation the proper microfinancing and as I said, the Waqf cash funds, trust funds can do good job on the ground, good impact on the ground, and this revolving trust funds, microfinance funds can help to many people, small farmers, small entrepreneurs, to overcome the problems caused by this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Elnur. Okay, next question. Yeah, from Sadiq Ahmad Ali from Waqf and Trust Commission in Zanzibar to Ahmad Husni bin Abdul Rahman. Question: through what means are the zakat funds distributed to the member countries? Yeah. Tuan Ahmad Husni, you can answer this question.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Thank you, Dr. Ahmad Juaini, and thank you from Brother Sadiq Adam Ali from Waqf and Trust Commission in Zanzibar. Zanzibar, we knew Zanzibar famously from the famous singer of Queen. Actually, just to relate with Zanzibar. Through what means are zakat funds distributed to the member countries? Okay. In Malaysia, especially in Kuala Lumpur, we do have a scheme called a Wakalah scheme. This Wakalah scheme is regulated within the zakat organization. Okay, when individuals or organization or also institution, when they pay zakat, we provide them some part of the zakat that have been paid. Let's say, for example, when an individual or organization pay their zakat, let's say they pay their zakat around 100,000 ringgit Malaysia. So we give back the zakat money after they have paid the zakat to us. We give them back and appoint them as an agent for us to distribute the zakat money either to the people or to the recipient, to the asnaf that they already have in their own community, or they can give the zakat to the neighboring countries that are in need, if they have the connection with all the poor and also the needy to the neighboring countries. In Malaysia, what we have done is we give aid, and also we give financial help to the students who are studying in Malaysia, to the foreigners who are studying in Malaysia. For example, we give them help in paying their tuition fees, their universities fees and whatnot. And also we are helping also the family. If they bring their family, we also help to give monetary support to them, so that they can continue studying, and also giving financial providence to the family. So these are the kind of zakat can be distributed to the member countries or to the neighboring countries by the mean of doing wakalah zakat, so that the individuals that receive the wakalah can give the zakat money, or can give the zakat money to it is not limited inside Malaysia, but it is they can use the zakat money to give to anybody outside Malaysia as well. Wallahu a'lam.
Thank you, Tuan Ahmad Husni. Maybe we will read two question marks. Okay. Next from, yes. So the question, the committee, please show the question. Yeah, from Ryan Luminares, Al-Azhar Zakat and Waqf Institution from Jakarta, Indonesia, to all speakers. What do you think is the best way to help overcome urban poverty, which is currently very challenging? Regardless of how important it is to eradicate rural poverty, is the issue of urban poverty in developing countries, especially member of the OIC country, is certainly very important. What do you think about this problem? There are many unemployed youths, poor urban air quality, high population density, and the lack of asset owned by urban poor families are very worrying. This question for all speaker. Maybe first this question answered by Pak Imam. Pak Imam, you can answer this question.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think there is two kind of measures. First is the corrective measures, and then the second is the preventive. If we are talking about the corrective measures, if we are talking about the zakat and waqf, there is a lot of program that could be run by combining zakat and waqf. First is about the providing the housing facility, the simple but decent housing facility by using the waqf land in the urban area. Based on our experience in Badan Waqaf Indonesia, there is quite a lot of waqf land still in the city. Again, why we should build the housing facility, because if we could put them on the decent simple housing facility in the city, not the area, we could make efficiency in terms of the transportation cost. And then the second is by providing the working capital for the micro finance with the training, and the also training and technical assistance. And then the second is we are talking about the working opportunities. And then this is about the corrective action. And then the preventive action, you have already mentioned that the rural, about the, there is a lot of program that we could make to alleviate the poverty in the rural. And then Waqf again could be make a lot of programs. First is providing the land, maybe second about the providing the farming infrastructures such as the huller and then tractor, something like that. And then the zakat could be directly giving for them. First is zakat in terms of the urgent to buy the necessary things like food and others like health and education. But the second zakat also could be used as a qardul hasan, or to be used as the working capital, as long as the receiver is including on the asnaf. Maybe this is my question, my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imam. Next, maybe Brother Elnur, you can answer this question also.
Yes, I think Brother Imam, he already answered very well this question. This is the one of the big problems for the, especially for the Muslim countries with big population and in especially in urban areas, as already mentioned. First of all, there is a problem of proper housing, and there is opportunity for the using Waqf land for providing proper shelter for these people who are in need, and of course, and there is a possibility, I believe, in most of Muslim countries, there is a possibility, and there is enough Waqf land that can be used for proper for the building of proper housing. And then in these areas can be also can be established some kind of business incubators with the support of Islamic microfinance, and I mentioned already this trust Waqf funds for the start and support for some small businesses for these people, especially for the young population. Also, there is a possibility for the scholarships, providing proper scholarships for the young people who are still in school or who are finished their school and they need some additional training to be able to create or to start some own businesses. And there are many opportunities, but we should to note the importance of the proper local strategies in Muslim countries, and I believe, inshallah, soon, as I know, I attended many conferences and where various institutions, various organizations talking about these problems, about the urban poverty and problems with the housing and everything. There are many ideas, but unfortunately, still there are not so much concrete projects. And I believe we should focus in the coming period. We should focus mostly and more on concrete projects. It is much better to implement and to create some successful stories to show. As I mentioned earlier, it is also very important, the exchange of ideas and the exchange of these successful stories and examples. And it is very important to have a strong local institutions and national institutions, and of course the regional and global collaboration on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Elnur. Next, the answer from Tuan Ahmad Husni.
Okay, I think both of the presenters had answered the question thoroughly, but what can I say? There is a saying in Arabic, "Ma la yudraku kulluhu, la yudraku julluhu." What can be done completely, don't leave it's all completely. In order to eradicate all the problems stated, we had to start somewhere. And yet we have started. We should improvise, enhance, and also not losing our hope. Continue to cut down the bureaucracy in governments and look more opportunity to work and collaborate with the community and also with the relating parties for us to enhance the link between the government and also the fund and also the managers of the fund and also the community. The community also needs to hand in hand with the government to help in order for us to make this problem, to eradicate the problem and make our dream a reality. Wallahu a'lam.
Thank you, Tuan Ahmad Husni. Okay, next to the last question. The committee.
I think that's enough, Dr. Ahmad Juwaini.
Can show the question.
Hello?
Or finish?
I think it's finished. Hello? Okay, I think it's finished for this session.
One is the integration of Waqf and Zakat is a necessity, like a business activity that requires operating expenditures and capital expenditures as well. Again, our biggest homework is in terms of building appropriate institutional design, building competencies and transparencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imam. Next, the closing statement from Brother Andrew Salih.
As we said already, we need more concrete projects on the integration of Zakat and Waqf, and I believe, inshallah, we will work much more on that, and we will improve our performance that what we already have on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Elnur. Next, to closing statement from Tuan Ahmad Husni, please.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, we have discussed and we have put all means and ideas. Whatever remains is we need to implement it, inshallah. If the collaboration can be done by the government and also from the Zakat side and from the Waqf side, and I do agree with both of our presenters today, that we need to collaborate furthermore, and we need to form a good project, and also we need to implement all the ideas that has been discussed in the session and in the forum. Thank you. Allahumma.
Thank you, Tuan Ahmad Husni. Thank you very much, Pak Dr. Imam Teguh Sartono, Brother El Nursalih Hofiq, Mr. Ahmad Husni Abdul Rahman, for all the ideas and views that have been presented in this session. I will not summarize the views of the speaker of this session. All the content of the discussion will be used as input for making recommendation for this conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Joini, for moderating the plenary session, and to all of the speakers for their time and insights. Before we continue, we would like to kindly ask for all speakers and participants to turn on their camera for the photo session. The photo session will be led by the committee. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you everyone. Alhamdulillah, we have finally finished the first plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with our next agenda, which is the presentation and international expos on the World Zakat Performance Index. The World Zakat Performance Indicators is a measurement tool which was developed by the World Zakat Forum Research and Development Unit. Therefore, we would like to call Dr. Irfan Shauki Bek as the World Zakat Forum Executive Secretary to give the presentation to Dr. Irfan Shauki Bek. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon in Jakarta, good morning and good day, and even good night in other parts of the world. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala rasulihil karim wa ba'd. The Honorable Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum, Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, the Honorable all deputies of the World Zakat Forum, the Honorable Chairman of the National Board of Zakat of the Republic of Indonesia, along with the all board members of commissioners of Basnas, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. In this very good opportunity, allow me to share with you about the World Zakat Performance Index, which is created by the World Zakat Forum, World Zakat Forum Research and Development. And as we all know that last year, we have established two subsidiary institutions under the World Zakat Forum, which were World Zakat Forum R&D, Research and Development, and WZF Youth. So one of the products of the WZF R&D is related to this issuance of World Zakat Performance Index. And in this very good opportunity, we also would like to inform you that, inshallah, in the next year, in the year 2022, we would like to measure the performance of Zakat institutions globally, particularly the WZF member countries and member institutions, so that we can see and observe the achievement and the position of a World Zakat movement in this regard. So in this presentation, the outline will consist of 5 major parts, starting with the background, followed by objective, and then Zakat performance measurement tools, and then the data and methodology, and it will be concluded with the dimension tables. So why we need to have this kind of index or indicators? Yeah, so actually there are various reasons why we need to come up with this performance index. Yeah, number one, we know that we are now facing complexity of zakat administration. Yeah, and we are also facing challenging situations and increasing requirement, especially from the muzaki and the donors who are willing to donate to zakat institutions. And what are their requirements? One of them is we need to show them the evidence on the achievement of zakat institutions and zakat programs. And how do we measure that achievement? Of course, previously, when we come up with the idea of zakat index, I mean, before we have the idea of zakat index, when we are asked by many how much the impact of zakat towards, let's say, poverty reduction, the answer will say that, Alhamdulillah, it has been able to reduce a certain level of poverty without mentioning the figures, the numbers. Yeah, so by that, so we just answer the question with our feeling. But now, with the assistance of the index, we can have a certain numbers, figures that can be made accountable before our donors or muzaki. So, Alhamdulillah, through this effort, we also try to increase the public trust, because public require accountable aspects that can be that needs to be shown to them, and therefore it is in the interest of us to solve the public trust issue by providing certain standard of measurement so that accountability of zakat management and administration can be maintained. And then, of course, why also we need to have our WZPI or World Zakat Performance Index is that as an institution, the World Zakat Forum is responsible to encourage and to promote further development of zakat by strengthening the development of zakat through the issuance of this index. So this index is playing very important role in strengthening our effort in optimizing the potential of zakat, as has been highlighted by previous speakers, that the potential of zakat is actually very, very big. However, in terms of its actual collection, we see the gap, huge gap between the potential and also the actual collection. That's why through this World Zakat Performance Index, we are expecting all zakat leaders to have at least certain tools in their hand, to analyze and observe their current position and to take several actions and policies needed in order to improve the quality of the program, at both collection and distribution of zakat. And if we are successful in promoting this index, inshallah, we try to move to our younger brother, which is Waqf, because zakat and Waqf, they are brothers. Zakat is the eldest brother and the younger one is Waqf. So we hope to have both index for zakat and Waqf. But let us try and start with this WZF performance index. And there are some objectives that want to be achieved through this promotion of the index. Number one is to explore the theoretical framework of zakat management performance, both in terms of supervisory and internal zakat management. Secondly is to determine relevant indicators to evaluate the performance of zakat management in our member countries. And number three is to provide a robust measurement tools for WZF and its countries in evaluating zakat management performance at global level and in the respective countries. So hopefully we can have more strategic move through the issuance of this index, so that we can compare the performance of each country, and we can find out what should be what are the weaknesses and the strength that we have in each member countries, and the solution needed in order to reduce and minimize our weaknesses and to optimize our strengths, so that the objective of zakat management can be achieved successfully. Okay, and before I come to the dimensions and how we come up with this World Zakat Performance Index, actually in many countries, in some countries, not many actually, we have some, practical evidences, that attempt to evaluate the performance of zakat system. And let me begin with these Zakat Core Principles, or ZCP. This ZCP is basically a document that attempt to identify various dimensions needed in order to produce, qualified zakat management system. And if you look at the Zakat Core Principles, we have several dimensions in it. And within those dimensions, we have identified several core principles that can be utilized as the basis for us to construct the performance index. For example, from the supervisory standard, it has several, core principles, several aspects that need to be taken into consideration when we try to have a qualified and good supervisory standard. And also in terms of operational standard, you can see that many things are there, started from the AMIL governance, collection management, disbursement management, various risks, identified risks here in the operation of zakat. And then we come to the issue of audit reporting and disclosure transparency. And also we have to be careful with the abuse of zakat service, the possibility of the abuse of zakat service. So this gives us a basic foundation that we need to be very careful in analyzing those aspects. And of course, through the index that is designed on the outcome base, we can find out that whether these aspects have been implemented properly in our system or not. So another practical evidence can also be observed from the case of Malaysia in one of the study, on the efficiency of Islamic institutions, Malaysia. So they have attempted to evaluate the performance from 4 major dimensions comprising input, process, output, and outcome. And these are the variables reflecting those dimensions. And this is called ZPI. And what are the results? This is the result from that study. And if you look at several dimensions, the item, and also the index obtained by 2 institutions here that were observed, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, LZS, and then also Lembaga Zakat Negeri 9. You can see the result here. Another evidence can be found on the practical evidence, here in Indonesia, in which the National Board of Zakat has issued the National Zakat Index at the end of 2016, and in the year 2020, it has been updated. So they have the National Zakat Index 2.0. 2.0 means the second version of this index, because every 2 years, this index need to be observed, need to be analyzed. And what are the content of this index? It has 5 major aspects. that are observed started from regulation aspect and then government budget support and zakat database. This is basically reflecting macro dimension of zakat management. And then another aspect is related with zakat management and zakat impact. Yeah. So in the regulation, we analyze the presence of zakat regulation, starting from the national law, national level, and then followed by regional regulation, regional regulation, and also city and regency level, regency regulation. And then in terms of government budget support, we have to analyze the presence of government budget to support operational of zakat institution. As for the zakat database, we talk about the presence of zakat institution, the presence of muzaki database, and the presence of mustahik database. This is a very important thing because without having the proper and precise databases, then how can you develop a proper and a good zakat management system? And then in terms of zakat management, we have collection, management, disbursement, and reporting. And for the impact, we have various index here. We have welfare index, we have been modifying human development index that are relevant with zakat performance, and also we have mustahik independence. Yes, these are the object and the aspects that have been in the National Zakat Index of Basnas, and it's the implementation. I'm sorry for that. Some sounds are here. Okay, thank you. So this is the implementation of National Zakat Index, of Basnas. You can see here, and the publication can also be downloaded online. So if you are asking about it, so you can just go through the Basnas website and also the website of the Center of Strategic Studies, and then you will find the result of this National Zakat Index. And also Basnas has been issuing and constructing the Sharia Compliant Index, which try to ensure that zakat practices are not against the Sharia principles. So we need also to have this one. So people, especially the muzaki and the potential muzaki, can be convinced that the current operation of zakat is in line with the Sharia principles. And it's very, very important because zakat is part of the Islamic pillar. It is basically the third Islamic pillar, and therefore we have to ensure that no Sharia aspect that is violated by zakat management. Okay, so these are the aspects, from the perspective of Sharia. And this is also the implementation of Sharia Compliance Index in 30 provinces throughout the country. And you can see that peringkat here means the category, the class, A class, B class, C class, you can see here. And nilai index means the value of the index. And on the second column from the left, it is the name of the province. So those are examples of practical evidence on how some countries attempt to have their own measurement standard to evaluate the performance of a zakat institution. And in this methodological approach that we are using in constructing a World Zakat Performance Index, actually WZF R&D combine the qualitative approach and quantitative approach. Qualitative approach is derived from two major activities, starting from the literature study and then strengthened with the FGD, focus group discussion with expert. And then on quantitative approach, we apply the multi-stage weighted index. What does it mean? It means that the component of the index can be made as an index itself. So actually, the World Zakat Performance Index basically comprises all the index of its component. Yeah, so that's why it is called the multi-stage weighted index. So after we conducted the studies and after the result have been discussed in the World Zakat Forum Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General meeting a few months ago this year, then Alhamdulillah, with the approval of the Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General, I forget their meeting maybe somewhere on June, June or May this year. So they agree on this WZPI. And what are the dimension and variables of this World Zakat Performance Index? Okay, so let me come to this matter. We have 5 dimensions here. The first one is legal foundation. This dimension talks about the general framework, the permissible activities, and the licensing criteria. So general framework of the zakat system itself. The permissible activities define what is permissible, what is not. In terms of collection, in terms of distribution. For example, can we distribute zakat? Let's say to finance or to be used to purchase weapon, for example. Maybe at this moment we cannot do that. It's not permissible to do that. So this is just kind of the definition of permissible activities and prohibited activities. Let's say, can you invest zakat fund in sukuk, for example? In various sovereign sukuk. This one's, of course, zakat is not prioritized for that one. It can only be used for financing the poor and the needy, for example. So everything has to be defined clearly, under the legal framework operated in the country. And licensing criteria is very important because it is related with the operation of the institution, and also the requirement for an institution to operate in the country. Some countries they have only one institution, like in Malaysia, every state has only one zakat institution, and of course the licensing criteria, the permissible activities will be defined within their own jurisdiction, through their own legal framework. This is the first dimension. And the second dimension is related with the zakat, zakat supervision, which discusses the supervisory approach, the supervisory techniques and tools, and the supervisory reporting. How everything is supervised, the techniques, the tools, the approach, and the way we make the reporting on our supervision. This is a very important aspect. And the third dimension is related with the zakat reporting, in which it discusses about the audited financial statement, because it's very important as part of the financial accountability aspect. We need to provide this, otherwise people may not give their trust to donate their zakat, to pay their zakat through our institution. Followed by financial disclosure and the presence of annual report. It's very important so that we can see, the public can read and observe and analyze what has been done throughout the year. Through annual report, they have proper information, valid information, first-hand information, about the mechanism, the system, the programs of zakat institution, and the impact towards the beneficiaries or the mustahik. And then the fourth dimension is zakat collection. So in this aspect, we try to observe the collection mechanism. What should be the collection mechanism in this regard? And how much is the growth, the percentage of the collection growth? And then how we analyze the collection risk management, how we manage, how we mitigate if there's something happen on the collection side. So mitigation on the risk is very, very important. And then another aspect which is also very important is zakat literacy. Why? Because, people will be happily paying their zakat when they understand why Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala and His Messenger, the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, have issued, regulated about this zakat aspect. So when people understand the reasons, the wisdom, the hikmah behind the revelation of zakat obligation, I believe they will be voluntarily and happily paying their zakat. Yeah. And then the last one is still on the zakat collection dimension, is on the presence or the existence of a database of the muzaki. And the last one is on zakat disbursement. In this regard, we are dealing with the disbursement mechanism. How we allocate, how we distribute the fund, the mechanism, the types of programs, what kind of programs, whether we use the consumptive-based program or productive-based program, and under what proportion we have divided between the consumptive-based and productive-based program. This is number one. Number two is related with allocation to collection ratio. HCR has been included, in the zakat core principles. We want to know how much of the fund that has been allocated within the year, compare with their collection. So if, let's say, the allocation to collection ratio reaches around 90%, it means that 90% of the fund, of the collected fund, has been distributed. So if the proportion of the allocation to collection ratio is very small, let's say 20%, it means only 20% from the collected fund that has been distributed. This means that the AMIL is not working properly. So there has to be some punishment to them because they are not working well. So this is, the reason why we have this allocation to collection ratio. And then we also want to have, zakat impact assessment. What are the impacts that can be measured? Let's say we can find out how much the percentage of the mustahik that can be transformed into muzaki, from being recipient to become donor, to become payer, from recipient to become payer. So it's very, very important to have that kind of impact data. And then we also need to have mustahik database, complete database by name, by address, exact database, and the other data needed. For example, the number of the burden, the household burden, let's say whether they have also suffered various illness or diseases, etc. The last one is the disbursement risk management. Risk management on the disbursement side is also very important, because sometimes we in the zakat world, in the zakat movement, do not have a sufficient understanding and sufficient tools to analyze the risk that may appear from our operation. Because if we don't understand and if we don't apply the proper risk management, I'm afraid that it may give bad impact towards our mechanism and system. So that's why the presence of this is very important. I believe I have 5 more minutes. So these are the details, the objective of each indicator, the objective of each indicator, and you can, just press this button. You can see, in the detail, because the book, has already been published, so everybody can go online and you can search for the World Zakat Performance Index, and the book of this WZPI has already been available online, so you can download easily. So the objective of indicators can be easily identified. Here we have the goals. You can see the goal, the indicators, and what this indicator tells us about, and the reference. And this reference is related with the zakat core principles. Why we always relate with the zakat core principles? Because basically it was also a product, that has been validated by World Zakat Forum in the process of discussion and production of this zakat core principles. Some of us, have been, deeply involved in this discussion, and since it has been used as the reference, so everything will be based on that Zakat Code principle. So you can see the details here, everything related with the objective of the indicators of each dimension. So now let me come to the final, you can say, final part, of how we do this assessment scale and how we know or how we conduct or construct, the criteria of World Zakat Performance Index. So from the dimension, we have the variables that have already been mentioned. And from the variables, we make the Likert scale, and we use 5 scores for the Likert scale, from 1 to 5. 1 is the worst, 5 is the best, from the bad to excellent. And although in some variables, we do not necessarily need to fill all the scale. Sometimes it is only needed, 2 types of score, good or bad, white or black, 1 or 5. For example, the presence of legal framework for the zakat or charity organization, in this variable, this is just an example. We just need to apply 1 or 5, yes or no, available or not available. That's why we use this kind of scale. And then zakat supervision, some of them we use 3, 1, 3, 5, good, average, bad. So the presence of average, something like that. So we need to include them. And for example, on the supervisory reporting, 5 is when zakat supervisor collects and reviews zakat or charity institution performance and publish the result publicly. And then 3 is they just collect and review, but they don't publish it publicly. And the number 1 is they don't do anything. They do not collect, they do not review, and they don't have something to be published publicly. So this is just an example on this aspect. On the reporting, similar. This is related on the collection, on the collection side. For example, on the growth, 5 excellent is the growth is exceeding 20%, etc. Okay, so this is another example. Okay, let me give you the 5 scale. Allocation to collection ratio, for example. 5 is highly effective when the ACR, the allocation to collection ratio, is equal to or greater than 90%. And then number 4, scale number 4, 3, 2, 1, you can see the figure, 70 to 89%. This will be under the good category, and 50 to 69% will be under the fairly effective category. The scale is 3, etc., until you can see the scale is 1. And this is the weighted, the weighting process of the dimension. You can see, the total is 100%. And if you look at the weight of each dimension, we can see that zakat collection and zakat disbursement are at the top, in which they occupy 30% each. So zakat weight is 30%, zakat disbursement weight is also 30%. The rest is divided by the remaining dimensions. And what should be the rating and category and the explanation of that? So if the score is less than 20%, 0 until 20%, so it means that the category is poor, the rating is D. So if you are a student, you got D. Similarly, 21 to 40%, it means you got C, B, A, and double A. 81 to 100, it is excellent. Double A, the rating. It means that the country or zakat institution is considered compliant with all essential criteria in the World Zakat Performance Index with no significant deficiencies. And the last one, the advantage. So what are the advantages to implement this one? Number 1, we have the standardized evaluation model. Number 2, we have the guidance for good zakat administration, good AMIL governance. Number 3, we are able to strengthen global zakat database because we have now the data of the performance of all member countries, and before we can strengthen our performance under the umbrella of the World Zakat Forum. I think the time's over, just exactly the time given to me until 4:40 p.m. By that, I end my presentation, and I hope all of you, the member of the WZF, member institutions and member countries, this will be, discussed further. If you have any questions or any queries, we can discuss it during our annual meeting that will be conducted tomorrow. By that, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to Sister Arwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan, for your presentation. We will now be moving on with our next agenda, which is a keynote speech from the Assistant Finance Minister for Financial Sector Policy from the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. To Bapak Suminto, PhD, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Secretary General of World Zakat Forum, His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, Secretary General of Waqf Public Foundation, Abdul Muhsin Al-Kharafi, Chairman of Basnas, Professor Dr. Kiai Haji Nur Ahmad, distinguished delegates, speakers, panelists, moderators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, may the blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be upon all of us who has allowed us to meet today in this hopefully very insightful international conference. Let us convey our salawats and salam to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. On behalf of Minister Sri Mulyani Indrawati, I would like to express our sincere appreciation towards Zakat Forum for conducting this event and bringing to the topic that is very timely and relevant. It is strengthening Zakat and Waqf synergy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, we are still in the period of COVID-19 pandemic, which has had a significant impact on the society. All countries in the world take extraordinary measures, both in fiscal, monetary, and financial sector, to manage the impact of COVID-19 on their lives and livelihood. In 2020 alone, the total global fiscal stimulus for health, social protection, and business support reached around $12 trillion. The global economy is now slowly recovering, albeit unevenly. Up to November, global economic recovery continues, but it has weakened. The speed of economic recovery depends very much on several things, such as access to vaccine and its distributions, fiscal capacity, and global supply chains. Now we are experiencing higher uncertainty with the emergence of the Omicron variant, which has been identified by the WHO as a variant of concern. In addition to the pandemic, we are also facing several other global challenges, including climate change and digital transformation. How to solve those problems and challenges had become the topic of discussion in a series of global forums, including last October annual meeting of IMF and World Bank, COP26 Glasgow, and will also become priority agenda on the Indonesia G20 presidency next year. Our resolve in tackling these issues will determine our path towards whether we can secure a safe exit, ensure inclusive recovery, and embark on a path towards a sustainable future. Only through addressing these challenges can we recover together and recover stronger. This is the theme of the Indonesia 2022 G20 presidency. Recover together, recover stronger. Sisters and brothers, Alhamdulillah, there has been a drastically downward trend in COVID-19 in Indonesia. Following that, our economic activity also gradually improves because of the easing of economic restriction. Indonesia GDP growth in Q2 2021 brought the Indonesian economy beyond the pre-pandemic levels, back to the pre-pandemic levels. The direction of economic recovery on the demand side has been evenly distributed, both in terms of consumption, investments, exports, and imports, as well as on the production side. Despite difficulties arise, the pandemic COVID-19 has become momentum for us to conduct further reform. Indonesia currently conducted huge structural reform to increase economic productivity, efficiency, resilience, and stability, and supports post-pandemic stronger, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. Strengthening reforms must, of course, be supported by a credible fiscal policy. As an instrument of the government fiscal policy, Indonesia budget has worked very hard and play an important role in addressing the current pandemic and accelerating the economic recovery, and also supporting structural reform programs going forward. The preamble of the Indonesian Constitution stated that one of the objectives of the Indonesia as a country is to advance the public welfare. It is strongly in line with the universal values that are based on Maqasid Syariah, which focuses on how to achieve social and economic justice, as well as enhancing the welfare of the community. Through the budget, the country seeks to realize the goals of Sharia through various programs, including fulfilling sufficient basic human needs, ensuring fair distribution of property, wealth, and income, as well as providing equal rights and opportunities in doing businesses. During the pandemic COVID-19, as a counter-cyclical instrument, our state budget is working very, very hard to control the COVID-19 pandemic and to accelerate the economic recovery. We have allocated 695 trillion rupiah, or equivalent to 48 billion US dollar in 2020, and 744 trillion rupiah, or equivalent to 52 billion US dollar in 2021 for handling pandemic, covering spending on health, social security, and supporting businesses, especially micro and small medium enterprises. Next year, of course, the government will still continue to support the economic recovery as well as supporting economic transformation through further structural reform. Sisters and brothers, while economy and finance in general have experienced negative impact of the pandemic, Islamic economy and finance has so solid fundamentals that remain resilient. Our central bank, Bank Indonesia, noted that the growth of the main halal value chains sectors such as agriculture and food remain positive and also above the GDP growth. Although other sectors, particularly tourism sector, experience a contraction. This sectoral growth is strengthened by the increase in e-commerce businesses on halal products. In the Islamic finance industry sector, Islamic banking financing distribution is relatively stable during the pandemic, supported by a low level of non-performing financings, as well as the relatively stable value of assets, third-party funds, and strong capital adequacy ratio and ample liquidity. In addition, the fundamentals of the Islamic capital market and Islamic non-financial industry, such as insurance or takaful, are still well maintained. In global Islamic capital market, Indonesia is the main contributor in the issuance of sukuk in the international markets, with 23.11% from the global issuance, or a total of 23.6 billion US dollar. Amid the uncertainty of the global market conditions due to the pandemic, in June this year, the government of Indonesia has successfully issued the sovereign green sukuk in the global market worth of 750 million US dollar. Furthermore, due to the pandemic, the Islamic economic ecosystem will be greatly influenced by three critical dimensions. There is economic dimensions, social dimensions, and technological dimensions. Sisters and brothers, on economic dimensions, we are seeing that the global economy is undergoing a massive overhaul. The pandemic has led to profound global economic disruption, both on the supply and demand sides. This causes deep scars in the economy, or scarring effect for the entire economy in the world. As the world moves towards recovery, there is an urgent need to address risk stemming from this scarring event. It is important to ensure that the whole countries recover together to avoid the buildup of imbalances. Policies ahead should identify strategies for overcome the scarring effect and ensure that economic growth is inclusive and sustainable, And there is no one left behind. There is no country left behind. On social dimension, we are facing extraordinary demographic changes with the dominance of young people and millennials who are very digitally literate and have a global perspective. On the other hand, we, Indonesia, has a rich culture and noble social values as a social capital that should be maintained. The culture of mutual cooperations, gotong royong, embedded in our society, for example, is an important social capital in our lives. We see that during the COVID-19 pandemic, it does not prevent us from giving and helping others. It is why the World Giving Index confirming this phenomenon, in which Indonesia was ranked as the most generous country in the world by 2021. This is an important consideration that must be integrated in the policy making and in the development process. Sisters and brothers, lastly, on the technological dimension, we are witnessing an extraordinary leap with the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is changing the landscape of business processes and organizations, creating disruption, and in the same time, opening up new opportunities. This opens up challenges as well as opportunities, and that must be taken seriously. The government continues to accelerate the development of connectivity and communication infrastructures so that we have better access to internet, for example, to suppose when we are facing the era of knowledge economy. In this respect, human resource quality is very much critical. We should support the human resource development, among others, by providing a conducive environment, including in supporting supportive IT infrastructures and environment. Sisters and brothers, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Zakat, infak, and sodakot has provided social safety net to the people, complementing the social safety net program conducted by the government. According to the Basnas data, in 2020, Zakat collection in Indonesia reached 12.7 trillion rupiah, which is increased by 30% compared to the previous year. And it is estimated that in this year, 2021, it will reach 17.3 trillion rupiah. We acknowledge that this achievement is still very far from its potential. The development of zakat infaq, Zakat, as well as Waqf in the country is still facing numerous challenges, including institutional capacity, governance, human resources, as well as public literacy. For example, the score of Indonesia Zakat Literacy Index in 2020 shows a moderate level at 66.78. We should address this appropriately. In the context of developing Islamic social finance, if we refer to the KNKS documents, KNKS has two priority programs, including establishing the transformative management of zakah, infaq, and alms, and second, establishing the transformative management of Waqf. To establish the transformative management of zakah, infaq, and alms, connects KNKS will facilitate to strengthen zakat's regulations as well as governance and institutional capacity. The development of zakat's information system and optimization of zakat's collection and distribution should also priority to be carried out. Whereas to establish the transformative management of Waqf, KNKS will facilitate to increase the literacy of Waqf, promoting Waqf inclusion, promoting product innovation, and strengthening Waqf collection ecosystem. Sisters and brothers, discussing the synergy and integration between Zakat and Waqf, we have an initiative to issue what so-called cash Waqf link sukuk. This is the instrument issued by the Indonesia Ministry of Finance in collaboration with Badan Wakaf Indonesia, Basnas, and Indonesia Central Bank, as well as Financial Service Authority. This initiative is a breakthrough in the context of integrating fiscal policy with Islamic social finance and Islamic commercial finance. This cash Waqf link sukuk should be further developed to promote this integration and collaboration. Sisters and brothers, on March 2020, the government has successfully issued the first cash Waqf link sukuk with a nominal value of 50.8 billion rupiah, in which the returns from the sukuk are used to develop new Waqf assets and help on health services. In this respect is to provide the equipment of the health equipment in the hospital. And then further, we develop this instrument through the retail cash Waqf link sukuk. So far, we already issued this cash Waqf link sukuk in the total amount of 89.9 billion rupiah, and thousands of participants or Waqif has been involved in this sukuk transaction. Interestingly, around 30% of the Waqf involving in this sukuk transaction is millennial generation. This shows the awareness of them with this social Islamic finance in this respect, Waqf. I believe that the successful story of the case Waqf Link Sukuk could be adopted and inspired all of us in the effort of further integrating and synergizing between zakat and Waqf sectors, and even between the Islamic social finance and Islamic commercial finance, as well as fiscal sector of the country. Sister and brothers, in closing my speech, I hope that today and tomorrow conference will serve as the very good avenue for some alluring areas in the field of zakat and waqf. And I also believe that the conference can be an ideal platform for dialogue and discussion among Muslim countries to further develop zakat and waqf sector in supporting the economic development as well as the economic recovery under the current COVID-19 pandemic severely hit all of us. I look forward to having a fruitful exchange of views and sharing best practices with all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Suminto PhD, for your speech. Dear audience, we will now continue to the next and final agenda of the day, which is the second plenary session. This session will discuss the topic Innovation of Zakat and Waqf Programs for Economic Recovery. This session will be moderated by Dr. Dadang Mulyawan. To Dr. Dadang Mulyawan, the floor is yours.
Hello, Assalamualaikum. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank for inviting me as a moderator in this 10th International Conference of Zakat Forums. That in this session, we would like to discuss potential innovation in the area of Zakat and Waqf for the national economic recovery. And Alhamdulillah, we will have 5 prominent speakers coming from South Africa, UK, Malaysia, and Turkey. Alhamdulillah. They are Sister Yasmina Franke, and then Brother Azim Kidwai, Brother Mosid Alam, Hello. Sorry, I think the internet has has gone down for a while. Let me continue. In this session, we will have 5 prominent speakers. Number 1, Sister Yasmina Franke, and then Brother Azim Kidwai, Brother Morshid Alam, Professor Murad Sisaska, and Brother Kamalrul Zaman bin Omar. Inshallah, in the next 90 minutes, we will have a full presentation from them. And due to the time limits, unfortunately, each of the speakers will be allocated time for only 15 minutes. Without further ado, please welcome Sister Yasmina Franke for your presentation. The screen is yours.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي آمين يا رب العالمين. Jazakallah, Brother Dadang Mulyawan, for that introduction. His Excellency, the Vice President, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency, Minister of Finance of Indonesia, His Excellency, Minister of Religious Affairs, His Excellency General, Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum, His Excellencies, all the Deputy Secretary General of World Zakat Forum, His Excellency, Chairman of BASNAS, His Excellency, Chairman of BWI, His Excellency, Resident Representative of the Islamic Development Bank, and His Excellencies, BASNAS Commissioners, and all distinguished speakers and invited guests to the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. First and foremost, I want to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to the World Zakat Forum for consistently coordinating and delivering this annual conference of great importance globally with utmost professionalism and quality, alhamdulillah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant the World Zakat Forum to go from strength to strength. Ameen. I am also indeed honored to be part of this, the 10th Annual World Zakat Forum, exploring the strengthening of synergies between Zakat and Waqf, and indeed a relevant and appropriate topic for us. As we find ourselves desperately seeking to recover, to revive, and to rebuild from a turbulent and trying time in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala once again showed us that His power, His might, His rahmah, and His plans reign supreme. We make dua that soon, inshallah, we will be able to host this conference in person again, as there is so much value in meeting you all and having informal discussions throughout the few days of the conference and learn from each other's experiences. But alhamdulillah, we adapt and we make the most of this platform to share our thoughts, particularly on the specific topic of this plenary session, which is innovation of Zakah and Waqf programs for economic recovery. So firstly, we are speaking about Zakah and Waqf as the main theme of this year's conference in seeking to highlight the synergies between Zakah and Waqf. I want to briefly touch on these two very important components of the Islamic social finance ecosystems and how these can work together to address poverty. I also want to address the issue of economic recovery and the role of the social economy in driving the necessary recovery that is needed. And lastly, I want to touch on the innovation component. And here I want to explore what kind of innovation are we looking for in respect of Zakah and Waqf, or in essence, Islamic social finance in its totality. Let me just reiterate at the offset that Zakah and Waqf are divine systems instrumental in our belief systems as Muslims, and that has all the components to achieving social justice and restoring human dignity. So when we discuss innovation in this aspect, we must be clear on how we see the future development of these divine systems, or whether we need to innovate in terms of doing a factory reset or back to a default setting, for want of a better word, and making sure that we deliver to the true nature of these social justice systems, which in its purest form, designed by Al-Alim, the all-knowing, has no flaws. But perhaps in its execution, we may be faltering. So as a reminder to all of us, socioeconomic justice is one of the most important teachings of Islam. According to Quran, the primary mission of all messengers of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was to establish justice in the world. From Surah Nisa to Surah Ma'idah, where we are reminded to stand firm for justice and not to let hatred prevent us from being just, to Surah Baqarah, in which we are instructed not to consume one another's wealth unjustly. So essentially, a socioeconomic justice framework embodies three important components. The participative justice, which is about the prospects to contribute to the economic process in order to make a living. It promotes access to productive resources for economic self-determination. And as a principle, it rejects monopolies, it rejects special privileges, and it also rejects other exclusionary social barriers to economic self-reliance, and this is an input component. Then distributive justice, which is for bridging the gap between the rich and the poor, and for ensuring just and equitable distribution of economic resources. So social finance instruments such as Zakat, Waqf, Sadaqah, Infaq, Qadr al-Hasan, as well as laws of inheritance and bequeath, contracts, and monetary atonements are all means to achieve distributive justice. And this is an output component. And these two components feeds into the broader social justice concept, which detects any distortions of input or output principles and is meant to guide the corrections needed to restore a just and a balanced socio-economic order for all. And so the key focus point for the Islamic social justice system is underpinned by the concept of being to achieve fair and equitable distribution of wealth, to provide the basic necessities of the poor and the needy, and importantly, to protect the weak against economic exploitation by the strong. And Islam, being a religion of peace, is against such class conflict. It establishes fraternity and brotherhood in the ranks of the members of the Islamic community because it believes in the well-being of its followers and therefore ensures fair and equitable distribution in income and in wealth. So in taking a closer look at the Islamic social finance ecosystem, we hone in on compulsory giving, perpetual giving, and optional giving. These very powerful virtuous deeds that represent devotion to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are also powerful tools in fulfilling the basic needs of those in society who do not have the means to live a dignified existence. And so let's take a closer look at specifically Zakat and Waqf. And these are among several instruments instituted by Islam to combat poverty and enhance welfare in society. And we've spoken a lot about this and the previous speakers, so I will pass through this fairly quickly. As we know, Zakat is obligatory, while Waqf is a voluntary act of charity, and both are governed by Sharia principles in the collection and distribution. And so Zakat has strict rules relating to the annual discharge of this obligation, as well as the qualifying criteria for those who may benefit therefrom. So there are guidelines for the Muzaki and the Mustahiq. Similarly, Waqf allows specific guidelines relating to the setting up of a Waqf, the role of the Waqif and the Mutawali, the prescriptions of the beneficiaries, and the use of the returns and the cash revenues. And in fact, over time, both Zakat and Waqf have expanded on the scope of benevolence. Zakat fulfilling that of a social security system in many countries and enabling financial self-sufficiency, and Waqf covering sectors that many contemporary economists and even political sociologists consider as the domain and the responsibility of the state, which includes health, education, and other public services. And so we've heard a lot about the historical growth of Zakat and the historical growth of Waqf. We've heard about Zakat in the reign of Umar ibn Abdulaziz, as well as the growth of Waqf during the Ottoman period. I will not revisit that. So I'm moving on. regarding the economic recovery. So as we also heard from the previous speaker, the pandemic has laid bare for us our fragile socio-economic system. Earlier this morning, we heard from one of the speakers who, His Excellency, the Chairman of BUSNAS, Professor Noor Ahmad, speaking about some statistics of the World Bank, which I've just repeated here, is that as many as 150 million people globally will be facing extreme poverty in 2021. And that is our current reality. We are in the last few days of 2021. Furthermore, over 200 million people is expected to be unemployed by next year. And the increase in unemployment will sadly be driven by the shrinking middle income groups. In the past, we've seen the growing middle income groups, and now we are experiencing the shrinking of that middle income group. We also face the reality that much of our progress made towards ending poverty and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which have been a subject that we have discussed at these platforms in previous years, has actually been negatively impacted, and some of them have even been reversed. And amidst what seems to be a rather bleak outlook, we are reminded that we should take guidance from the Quran, as Imam Shafi, rahimahullah, reminds us, no calamity befalls the people of Allah's religion, except that the guidance for them is in the Quran. Our recovery plan must therefore embed Sharia values in a sustainable way with value-based solutions. We must have
5 minutes left, unfortunately.
Yeah, we must, sure. So we must have more inclusive and sustainable development anchored by values that avoids greed and hoarding, but rather seeks to create a meaningful impact that makes us the system less vulnerable and more robust to weather such calamities. And also our recovery plan must build strong capacity and support real and productive economic sectors. And furthermore, our recovery plan must leverage Islamic social finance to build social resilience. It is accepted that Islamic social finance can be the stimulus for financial inclusion and create opportunity to include those with little or no access to financial services, and also greater access to allow and manage risk and mitigate shocks that we've seen. So if I can just read this quote from the Executive Secretary of the United Nations, Ms. Rola Daci, she said, as we seek to overcome financial constraints, funding shortfalls, and financing inequalities, we believe that Islamic social finance itself, built on principles of fairness and justice, can open pathways to stimulate economic activity and promote social welfare, financial inclusion, and shared prosperity. And then this brings me to the final component, exploring the innovation needed in respect of Zakat and Waqf for essential Islamic social finance in crafting our recovery process. I'm reminded of a model I was taught in school many, many years ago. We called it the push model, which I have on the screen. And it served to aid the process of problem solving, which in simplistic terms is essentially what we are dealing with in trying to solve the problem we are faced with. It starts with the identification of a problem and a deep dive into understanding the full context of the problem, and then the process of designing a solution and making the solution happen, which is the implementation thereof. So if we overlay the current discourse we have identified now, we already have dealt with the first bubble, which is the identification of the problem. We are also staring at even further socioeconomic problems facing ourselves in the future that we have been hearing from this morning for me, afternoon for you. And also we have been looking and trying to understand the context and the implication, which is that second bubble. But when it comes to solution design, we have been spared the task of developing the solution, because in essence, these solutions have been given to us. We've discussed earlier and in length the morning the power of Zakat and Waqf. Could it be that we are lacking in the implementation of this divine poverty alleviation system? or should we be looking to find current and relevant innovations for its more appropriate and effective application to our current realities? So my last slide, I want to just present some solutions to consider. The case for, in terms of pragmatic ijtihad, critical thinking about within safe boundaries of Sharia compliance, applying independent reasoning that is contextualized from practical realities where scholars exchange ideas and perspectives and cultivate a greater understanding and achieve our social goals. You know, the digitization of greater inclusion and research, we certainly have seen this speed up over the past 2 years, and there are signs of wider adoption of technology, whether it is for self-service, whether it's fintech e-wallet for distribution, whether it's artificial intelligence for the muzaki and the mustahiq behavior to inform AML decisions and program development, and whether it's blockchain technology and its application and relevance for zakah management. There are lots that we can consider when it comes to the innovation. So I thank you, and I trust that these few simple thoughts will ignite great ideas and could lead to a constructive discourse and foster some fruitful deliberations in our endeavors to shift to a new normal, whilst being very mindful that this disparity that we're talking about seems to be wedging wider. So we need to embrace that which we have been provided to us as tools to navigate through difficult times and ensure that we always stay aligned to the commandments of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And may He be pleased with us. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. I have taken at least 5 notes. Number one is it's clearly stated that Islamic social finance can serve as one of counter-cyclical policy that capable of contributing in reversal effect to the economy. Secondly, but we need to always improve the education from the society for them to engage optimally by institution development, and then how to make it the system becoming can reduce the impact of the debt, and how to invest in the impactful investment activities. But of course, before realizing that, we need to first be able to identify what would be the challenge, and then how to understand, how to provide solution, and how to optimize the impact. Thank you very much, sister. We would like to also welcome Brother Azim Kidway, is the head of World Zakat Forum Youth. He's also a Chief of Mercy Mission of the UK that has an interest in blockchain technology and artificial intelligence. Screen is yours, brother.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Alaikum salam.
Can you see my presentation yet?
Not yet.
Is multiple sharing enabled?
Organizer, can you help Brother Azim? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's on the screen right now. You may continue, brother. You're still muted. Can you unmute your microphone, please?
Is the screen share on now?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for, again, a wonderful conference, and what we're seeing, you know, some really good intelligence being shared. Previous speaker gave a real wonderful insight into some of the things that we're trying to explore at WZF as a collective of mainly non-executive people trying to further the cause. So again, sincere gratitude to all the team that are known and all the team that are not. We want to, inshallah, today spend, I believe we have 15 minutes. My intention is to maybe spend about 10 or 12 minutes going through some content. And then the idea is that if anybody has any questions, they should just drop them on the chat and I'll try my best to answer them. So the way that I wish to navigate my slides today is to really reflect a little bit about the time that we're facing. And actually, for all the difficulties that we hear about, for all the difficulties that we're all experiencing in different parts of the world, what we're also seeing is opportunities and an innovation capacity that was never there before. And I think it's really important for ourselves in the spaces that we're in to be more focused on the opportunities and the solutions for tomorrow, as opposed to necessarily just the problems that we're facing. So through the course of the next 10 minutes, I'll be looking at some of the challenges, but also the opportunities and the innovation capacity that we currently experience in the world. So I intend to look at this through a lens of three. Number one is reflecting on the increase in poverty. Number two is looking at the increase in the wealth gap. And then number three is looking at the increased pursuit of purpose, which is, I think, is something where Waqf is really an exemplary way to manage this reality. So moving on then. So when we look at the challenges of our time, we are seeing unprecedented growth in wealth. So for all the challenges in and around poverty, there's no doubt about that. But actually what we're seeing is a wealth in the world that was not necessarily known before either. And what that's meaning that the wealth gap is increasing. So we're seeing rich people become richer and poor people become poorer. Now, for people with the interest of zakat, that means both of our markets are growing exponentially. We're seeing more zakat potentially be available, and we're seeing more demand for that zakat to be claimed than ever before. And at the same time, because of this growth in material wealth, what you'll often find then is there is a greater search for purpose. So for zakat stakeholders, zakat agencies, charities, all those that have a touch point with zakat, this is actually a phenomenal time to be alive and to be serving in the cause. So if we were to look at the issue of the increase in poverty, now there's no doubt there is an increased demand for zakat funds, especially for those in countries where the level of social resilience has been a lot more limited. So parts of Africa and Asia where there's been less government support, for example. This is something that we know has created many challenges. At the same time, we're seeing that it's never been easier to collect zakat. So we're seeing global gateways open up now for the collection, both of fiat currency as well as crypto. You can pay funds in a way that literally takes seconds. That literally takes seconds now. And that's something that we've not seen before. We've never been able to do this in this way before. So this is something for us to be conscious of. And this is something that's really important for us. The second thing then is to recognize that the ability to identify need has also been changed in a way that's not been possible before. So the way that social media works is that we are able to target and identify areas of demand that was not able before. So before, for example, we may have to wait for individuals to come to us for them to find out who we are, to find the agencies. But actually now, through social media, you can actually find people easier than ever before. And this is important as you try to build strategic programs, because through data, you can identify places where there will clearly be a demand for zakat and actually proactively deal with that. This is important because if we look at the classical approach to zakat collection, the classical approach to zakat distribution, it was always led by the authorities actively seeking out people in need. The third thing is technology allows for eligibility to be identified quicker than ever. We have open banking, we have digital identity verification. There's so much more technology that allows you to really understand, are people genuinely in need? Then we, which follows on from that very nicely, we have the ability to distribute is easier than ever before with digital banking, mobile payments. You'll find even in the most heightened of poverty places, you can find that people can be sent money on their cell phone just through an SMS. You know, you can be, for example, you could be in Mogadishu, or you could be in Manchester, you could be in Mecca, and all of you, and you could send anybody payment through an SMS. And then the third thing is, in terms of zakat, is that it's never been as easy to govern either. So we have so many more new technological developments in CRMs and systems which allow us to, you know, track the way that zakat is being delivered, the way that the cases that we're managing, and allow us to hopefully be able to understand better what is our impact. So over a 12-month period, a 24-month period, 5-year period, 10-year period, we can now start really understanding the role zakat has to play and the impact that it's having. The speaker in the previous session alluded to this when he was talking about you know, the vast amounts of zakat that can be collected just in the Indonesian context. You know, I think he mentioned something like 3 trillion rupiah. So I'm just saying, like, there's an unprecedented way to understand and track the impact that we're having through the technological developments we've seen with CRMs and sophisticated cloud-based systems. So yes, we are seeing unprecedented demand for zakat funds. At the same time, we're also seeing a new and unprecedented way to manage that demand. And this is something we should all be focused on, and how we take advantage of the situation and how we respond, rather than being stuck necessarily in all the problems. The next thing, which I think follows quite nicely from this, is actually with the coronavirus, with the problems we've seen with COVID, we've also seen people make unprecedented wealth. I was with someone yesterday, a zakat payer, who'd made $30 million on PPE. 30 million pounds on PPE equipment. You know, he was a supplier supplying the government, and, you know, selling masks and different things that are required for PPE. So, you know, we're also seeing that zakat liabilities have been heightened. So there will be people that have made an unprecedented amount of wealth, and therefore zakat agencies need to be smarter in engaging them. So we have to look at this as, again, as a positive. Like, it's never been easier to reach those people. It's never been easier to reach people that are far from us. So we can use social media to understand who's doing what. You know, if we might be able to see that certain individuals, that the way that their social media profiles are changing, we can use targeted methods to go out and engage them. So, for example, before, there might be a super high net worth person and nobody would know how to get in touch with that person. But now, for example, that person might be on Twitter, and you could just tweet them and they may respond. And let's say 10 years ago, that would not have been possible. I think we've all seen a great case study for this with the recent discussion between WFP and Elon Musk, which, you know, just was basically an exchange of tweets. The second thing is there been...
Your time is 5 minutes left.
I appreciate that. And it's never been as easy to calculate either. So we have lots of digital tools to do that, and high net worth are increasingly happy to spend in that area. And then finally, it's never been as easy to manage risks either. So high net worth individuals want to manage their risks, but actually, and when they're giving to quote unquote Islamic areas of giving, but actually the way that technology means now is that the strong players, you know, be it using blockchain, be it just having good governance principles, that they're able to provide some of that confidence. So this is something that we should be confident of. Now, the third thing for us to look at, this is what leads us into Waqf, is to say that actually beyond the kind of basic needs, you find that people are more interested now in exploring, you know, the self-actualization, looking at their esteem, looking at what else their money can do. And this is really important from a Waqf perspective. So from a Waqf perspective, there's greater wealth than ever before. So bearing in mind how people are when they make money, they're looking to make much more kind of strategic change. There's greater interest. So we're seeing more and more philanthropy stakeholders are looking at legacy giving, which in our language is Waqf. We're seeing more and more individuals announce Waqf contributions. And this is something great that we should be embracing. I think the Islamic social finance space has enormous opportunities here, and it's critical that we embrace them. And then finally, there's greater ease with this digital revolution to make that possible. And I just wanted to give a quick case study here. You know, there's something being launched called Waqfinity, which basically allows individuals to set up a digital Waqf within 5 minutes, which is amazing. So yeah, often Waqf used to be seen as, you know, something that only rich people could do. What Waqfinity does, it allows individuals to basically come on a website, choose do they want a personal Waqf, a memorial Waqf, or a business Waqf, and they can set one up within 5 minutes. And they can have a customized page. You know, they can leave some details about who they are, what their reason for setting up a Waqf. They can choose how that money should be deployed from the profit of the Waqf. And, you know, they can identify locations that, you know, are important to them. So I just wanted to finish with this, that these things come together only when we can be clear on our purpose. You know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us, وَمَا خَلَقْتَ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, that our job as Islamic social finance people must be to remove the barriers to this verse. Remove the barriers that stop people recognizing and affirming worship to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that's why zakat and waqf are so important. Zakat allows you to remove the dunya barriers. It allows people that are in poverty to have that poverty removed so that they can focus on recognizing their relationship with God and fulfilling their purpose. And the same thing with the waqf is that it allows you to take that to the next level, to say, even once you're gone, let your strategic focus to help people be more focused on God continue while you are in your grave. And the idea is that you can remove all your worldly barriers that, you know, that stop that happening. So these are kind of my key thoughts on this, that ultimately we need to be approaching this in the most proactive and smart way. I'm just looking briefly in the chat in the last couple of minutes that, you know, what somebody's asking here, what is a fast and effective acceleration strategy for zakat institutions to collect and basically utilize the zakat? And the answer to this, my respected questioner, is we need to just embrace the opportunities of our time. We should not be looking at the COVID situation as this is a big disaster. Rather, this is something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is trying us with. And for ourselves as stakeholders and agencies, it's how we respond that is much more important than the issue of the COVID itself. So are we embracing the technology that's allowing people to, you know, sell more PPE, deliver more parcels, get food within 30 minutes? Like, what are we doing to embrace that same technology to reach out to those people that need us? I saw a really wonderful example in Malaysia during COVID by a Malaysian NGO called Charity Right Malaysia, and they were using Grab to deliver food during the food restrictions. So they said that the government had restricted, obviously, access for people to go out of their homes, but the food delivery and the services were available. So they did a partnership with a taxi company, and they were still able to deliver food to people that were in distress. So I think it's just about engaging our time. And for example, somebody else asked, do you have any information about zakat or waqf allocation program concerning fulfilling the needs of prisoner families? I think this is a really good question. I have some examples in the UK. I'm happy for my email to be shared with participants, and I can share that. But I don't really have any examples outside of the UK for that. But I know that there's some really good ones in the UK where people have been engaged. And just in my last minute, I would just say, I think for all of us, the key message here is let us focus on, number one, why are we in the zakat and waqf space? And be clear on that. And then once we're clear on that, how are we embracing the opportunities of our time through technology, through, you know, digital banking, through open banking, through blockchain? Like, what are we doing to respond for the needs of our people? And if we find that we're still running the same programs we were running 5 years ago, 10 years ago, then we should be speaking to our senior leadership and saying there's something wrong here. There's something fundamentally wrong if we've not been able to respond to the realities of our community in a way that was different to us, because we have now faced a situation that has never been faced before in our lifetimes. I don't believe there'll be anybody on this call that was here in the time of the Spanish flu, which is probably the only equivalent to COVID-19. Now we're here, let's all make sure we're focused on doing things in a much smarter, more innovative, more joint up way, engaging at a global level where we can bring programs together from South Africa to the UK to Indonesia and deliver a global fund that hopefully delivers results for everyone, inshallah. Jazakallah khair for your time. And like I said, I'm happy for my email address to be shared for any questions if people wish to send to me directly, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much, Brother Azim. So Brother Azim has emphasized the importance of using the technological development in not only for doing the distributions, but also how to do the I should say that digital transformation in the analysis, how to minimize adverse selections, how to improve the calculation, and then the risk management and governance within the organization that will make the this giving becoming more impactful to the society. Maybe in the future by using not only the technologically, but also the algorithms, how to identify that needs and how to give that kind of giving more impactful to the society. Thank you very much, Brother Azim. And the next, please welcome Brother Morshid Alam. Is from International Institute of Islamic Waqf Malaysia. The screen is yours for 15 minutes to come. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Alaikum salam.
First of all, I would like to thank the World Zakat Forum for inviting and giving me a platform to share some experience. So, Jazakumullah khairan. Dr. Dadang, I think we met before in some other conferences. So good to see you. Good to see you here again, inshallah. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salamu ala Rasul Kareem wa ala alihi wa ajma'in. So today, inshallah, we have had many previous speakers talking about zakat and mostly about zakat. So inshallah, I will share some experience with Waqf, especially what we do at International Waqf Fund. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's very clear.
Let me just, sorry. Okay, so International Waqf Fund is actually a subsidiary of Islamic Relief Worldwide. So Islamic Relief Worldwide, we operate as a charity and we do charitable works in over 25 countries. So in 2000, our senior trustees, they saw that there's a need for sustainable solution for this charity, for charitable works. So then they set up this Islamic Field Waqf subsidiary. Since then, we've been raising fund, and the fund we raise, we invest on the profit we get. We give it to Islamic Relief for to spend on charitable projects. So how it works, we approach our donors. We tell them we have a number of products. They can give 150 UK pound GBP for health, nutrition, sustainable livelihood, water and sanitation, orphan and child welfare, emergency disaster preparedness in general, where we as the fund manager can decide where to spend that money. And then we have specific program like Ramadan, Waqf Share, Qurbani Waqf Share, orphan sponsorship, blindness prevention, and Sadaqah Jariyah. So how it works, somebody who wants to donate for Waqf, they would donate. They will see, after receive the donation, we then invest the fund. And the fund, of course, for investment, we have, it's a long, very lengthy process and very, it goes through lots of scrutiny. We have investment committee. We prepare the investment project. It goes through investment committee. They study the project very well. Then after receive approval from our board of trustees, we implement the investment projects. We mostly invest in real estate. Now we are exploring to invest in health in the UK and outside the UK. So in average, we are getting a 7% return profit from our investment, and the profit then is spent. So when somebody give us money, they give us for some specific charitable projects. So we then see how much money we have for those charitable projects. Then based on the donor's intention, whether it is for health, for education, a livelihood, orphan, we then allocate those profit on those charitable projects. And of course, we take a portion of the profit to reinvest so that the investment portfolio grows. I'll just give an example of Qurbani shares. This is specific share, and it's for each one individual. So somebody when our Qurbani share is for 1,600, then we invest that money, and then after we get the profit, we implement a Qurbani every year for the Waqf. So as you can see, in this COVID-19, while many charities were concerned about getting fund to help the people, but with Waqf, alhamdulillah, because we had sustainable income source, we didn't have much concern, because we were receiving, and we were able to help people in the UK. We did many COVID-19 related projects in the UK. Outside the UK, we did many projects in Indonesia, Bosnia, Mali, Sudan, many other countries. This is just some example of some of the projects we carried out for COVID-19. I think I spoke a lot in other conferences about Waqf, what we do. So I'll stop here, inshallah. I'll leave the platform for other speakers, and I'm happy to receive questions from the participant, inshallah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brother Morsid. Again, your presentation is very straightforward and also insightful, particularly in letting us know how innovative the program, and which has direct impact, particularly to entertain or to serve the intention of the donor, which has also been emphasized by the previous speakers, Brother Azim, that every program has to be well informed, particularly after the giving is done, and then what would be the impact to give more appetite to the donor to give more in the future. Okay, thank you very much again. The next, we would like to invite Professor Murad Cisaska. Of course, he's a well-known professor. I also, learned from him very much. And at this time, Professor Murad will share with us about the lesson learned from history about Zakat and Waqf. Screen, and it's yours, Professor, for the next 15 minutes.
Dr. Dadang, it seems that Prof. Murad is not in the forum at the moment, so maybe we can move on to the next speaker.
Okay, in that case, please welcome Brother N. Kamalul Zaman bin Omar from Lembaga Zakat Selangor. The screen is yours, Pak Kamarul Zaman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you see my screen share? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Thank you to our moderator, Dr. Dadang Mujawan, our distinguished and prominent panel members of this plenary session, Sister Yasmin, Brother Azim, Brother Murshid Alam, and all online viewers of the 10th World Zakat Forum. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee again in organizing a wonderful and insightful forum, and also in giving Lembaga Zakat Selangor an opportunity to share our journey at this forum. Today, I want to talk about the strengthening Zakat strategy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Next slide, please. Before I dive into the details with regard to the topic today, I would like to share some background on Lembaga Zakat Selangor, or LZS in short. Can you please move the slide to the next page? Thank you.
Organizer, please move on to the next page. Okay.
Page number 2, please.
Yeah. Next slide, organizer.
Okay. Okay, I just want to touch before we start on LZS vision, mission, objective. LZS is a leading zakat institution in Malaysia, which was established 26 years ago. It has grown extensively and currently has the highest zakat collection distribution in Malaysia. So our vision is to be the leading zakat institution operating with a world-class management standard. Our vision is to serve the Ummah with integrity and professionalism in collection and distribution of zakat. We have 3 objectives to support the achievement of our vision and mission instead. Those are, number 1, to increase the effectiveness of zakat distribution. Number 2, to maximize zakat collection. And the 3rd and lastly, to enhance zakat management. Next slide, please. Some quick facts about LZS. We are mandated by the Selangor Islamic Religious Council, or MAIS, to manage both zakat collection and distribution in the state of Selangor. For information, the state of Selangor is one of the 13 states in Malaysia, and its GDP contributed about 24% of the Malaysian overall GDP. LZS recorded the highest zakat collection and distribution in Malaysia, hovering more than 900 million ringgit last year in 2020. And of which we distributed 867 million ringgit in the same year. Over the past 6 years, we have distributed over 4.5 billion ringgit to the 8 asnaf categories. There are more than 58,000 of poor and destitute asnaf households together, with over 6,200 asnaf mu'alaf under the purview of LZS at the end of 2020. More than 80% of the total zakat distributed was allocated for social and education development program for asnaf. Sorry, I'm sorry. My screen has gone off, but let me proceed. All of this zakat distribution and collection was administered by more than 600 full-time amil, with the assistance of more than 2,000 local Qariah amil assistant, who are attached to the local mosques with over 25 branches within the state of Selangor. Okay, here I would like to share on an overview of our zakat aid program that currently benefited our asnaf. The aid programs covers 5 main areas. The first one is social aids. These are the aids that is putting the food on the table, the aids that get asnaf over the hygiene factors such as food, clothing, and shelter. Example of these aids are monthly financial and food aid for asnaf home construction, as well as repairs to their homes. We also offer assistance in rentals for asnaf that does not own their homes. This type of aids also covers medical aid, for example, to foot asnaf medical bills for their dialysis treatment, and also it includes covering the fees for managing asnaf shelter houses. To the previous slide, please. Sorry. One slide before. 2 slides before. This is going forward. Just go back 3 slides. Yeah, another one. Yeah, that's it. Let's stop here. Thank you very much, Secretary. Okay, the second aids are educational aids. This covers scholarship to Asnaf children that pursue religious and professional studies, both locally and overseas. It also covers allowance for religious classes teachers within the state of Selangor. As for the economic aid, we distribute business capital aid for prospective Asnaf that show potential in entrepreneurship. We also offer related courses and trainings to reskill and upskill our Asnaf to increase their chances of employability as well as earning income from opening small sole entrepreneur business. Besides that, Asnaf are also being filled spiritually through an ongoing Islamic courses. Lastly, we also distributed the Zakat funds to assist in the construction and refurbishment of religious institutions such as mosques and religious schools. Next slide, please. In terms of the current scenario of the Asnaf that we serve, like I mentioned before, there are over 58,000 of the poor and destitute Asnaf families, of which 60% of them are urban poor. Slightly over a third of our Asnaf are productive. That is, they are healthy, aged less than 60 years old, able to work, but have challenges to generate income due to having to care for their infants or toddlers, or care for their ill or bedridden family members. In last year alone, R500 million were administered to assist this category of Asnaf. Next slide. As we stand now globally, we are still fighting with the COVID-19 pandemic since March 2020. This unprecedented event poses totally new challenges to the socio-economic perspective, both to the governments and generally, and Zakat organizations specifically. In Malaysia alone, unemployment is worsening. In 2020, Malaysia recorded a 4.5% unemployment rate, the highest since 1993. This year, in January to April alone, about 742,000 people have lost their job. This is significantly more than the number of people that lost their job in 2020. This will definitely have an impact of potential increase in Asnaf coming to us for assistance this year and in 2022. From our internal projection, the number of Asnaf households is expected to increase from the current over 58,000 to 61,000 and 69,000 in 2021 and 2022 respectively. In terms of poverty nationally, the rate has increased significantly last year to 8.4% as compared to 5.6% in 2019. It is also estimated that around 580,000 households from the middle 40% income group is shifting downwards to the lower income group of the bottom 40%. This is aligned to the global trend as what has been stated by the earlier panel, Sister Yasmin, that we are now facing the shrinking middle income group. With the number of COVID-19 cases increasing to more than 2.6 million in Malaysia and the socio-economic impact rising from urban control order, halting economic activities and affecting livelihoods of some families, concerns about the mental health has grown as suicide rate increased, as well as call for help from distressed people and in need of emotional support. Next slide, please. Due to these challenges and its direct impact to the livelihood of the society, LZS have distributed special aids to ease the burden of these affected people. In 2020, more than 13 million ringgit was distributed to over 25,000 impacted small traders as well as salary earners that suffers huge pay cut or being made redundant. This year, under Zakat Selangor Care Program, or Peduli in Bahasa Malaysia, we have continued the aids, allocating more than 69 million ringgit to assist affected 431 Islamic institutions and 7,000 recipients in the form of recovery assistance, as well as to cover the basic needs of our poor, destitute, and mu'alaf asnaf who are severely impacted by the economic crisis. On top of that, we have also assisted 15,000 from the bottom 40,000 low-income group who are negatively impacted. We also provide general assistance and equipment to hospitals, COVID-19 assessment centers, and vaccination centers, as well as food supplies to students stranded in universities whom are unable to make their way home during the initial movement control order. Okay. Next slide, please. Despite the doom and gloom, the challenges posed, there are some silver lining opportunities. The pandemic has, as everybody knows, that has expectedly give most organizations, Zakat included, the necessary nudge to seriously venture into digitalization. This is helped by the rising trend in digital penetration and mobile banking. In Malaysia, we have seen increase in household penetration of the internet in 2020 to 92%. Mobile banking continued its tremendous growth trajectory, increased by 125% in 2020. Next slide, please. At the back of these opportunities, the pandemic serves as an impetus, like to SIS, like many other organizations, to improve our service delivery to our customer via digitalization. We have started earlier in terms of moving towards digitizing our manual process. We have currently organized in a much concerted and coherent way to look into all aspects to improve our services digitally. The key to our focus is still our customers, i.e. the payers, the Muzaki and the Asnaf, as we aim to improve their experience with LZS over time. The roadmap has been laid out for the next 5 years and we'll be moving phase by phase. As mentioned before by Brother Azim, now it's never easier to collect Zakat online or digitally. So in LZS currently, we are enhancing our cashless readiness in terms of receiving collection digitally to complement our physical branches, as well as distribution of aid cashless as much as possible. In terms of data management, as data is key to any digital transformation, we are moving into self-administration of data by both payers and Asnaf through our digital platforms that can be accessed 24/7 via mobile devices. Moving forward, we are embarking in several digitalization initiatives, as what been shown, but let me pick a few to share. In terms of automation and digitalization, here we seek to automate lower value-added activities to free up our AMIL, serving the needs and enhancing the experience of our customers, and at the same time, improve the efficiency and productivity of our AMILs. Other than focusing on technologies, we are also looking to foster closer collaboration with related government agencies to streamline our offerings to avoid any duplication in terms of aid, and also assist in identifying potential Asnaf that may escape our radar if using the conventional method. Next slide, please. This is a graphical representation of the Asnaf Development Program, which is the main engine of our distribution, which also the mainstay of our distribution strategy for the long run. This program is focused on developing first generation Asnaf, mainly the head of the Asnaf household, as well as empowering the second generation of Asnaf, mainly the dependents. The development is centered around two contexts. First one is to strengthen the economy of the Asnaf and their families, the material side. Secondly, to strengthen the religious qualities of the Asnaf, the spiritual side. It started off by profiling the Asnaf and determine the most suitable path of development for that particular Asnaf. For example, whether they are suited for employment or do they have the knack to be entrepreneurs. They will then undergo respective development programs, while as will monitor and evaluate their progress until they gradually exit the development program on the path to sustainably becoming independent from the aids given and next emerge as a constant Zakat payers or Muzaki. Next slide, please. Just to share samples of achievement by the second generation of Asnaf, our Asnaf children, whereby we encourage them to innovate collaboratively by tapping into the maker economy. These are the students from one of our Asnaf shelter center called Bait al-Hasanah, where it serves as a center to Asnaf children whose parents could not afford to send their children to school. They won a couple of awards with their innovative ideas. They won as a bronze medal winner and merit medal winner in the Malaysia Technology Expo 2020, as well as the best award in the Asian Youth Innovation Award 2020. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay, lastly, this is my last slide. I just want to humbly share with the audience that LZS has recently hit another milestone since its inception 27 years ago, where for the first time we received an accolade from HR Asia as one of the best companies to work in Asia in 2021. The award serves as recognition to the staff of LZS who are highly committed and motivated to enhance the life of our asnaf, and also making it easier for payers and to fulfill their zakat obligation with us. My colleagues, Wan Azwa, will delve into this in more detail in the plenary session 3 tomorrow. Rest assured, on having received this industry accolade, we have absolutely no intention of resting on our laurels. It definitely gives us a huge motivation to strive to make our service and offering significantly better to our asnaf and payers, and also to the Ummah in general, inshallah. With that, I end my presentation. Jazakumullah. Jazakumullah khairan katsira for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Kamarul Zaman. I think your presentation is very, very insightful to us, particularly starting from the vision to be a leading zakat institution as a world-class institution. I think it has to be escalate to not only leading in zakat institution, but social institution globally. So it has to be, to be a winner in the global life. And then secondly, we can see also the variety of the program. It's very rich. It covers social, education, economy, and then insan and religious institution. And very importantly, how the Zakat Selangor has been able to ride a wave in digital transformation, as also mentioned by earlier speaker, saying that digitalization or transformation is something different from digitizing the activity. But we need to also understand how all the process has to involve, the digital technology, mentality, and so on, to make the Islamic social finance, in particular Zakat Selangor, to become impactful, looks governed, smart, and to be a part of the national economic activities. Thank you very much again, Brother Kamarul Zaman. And because the time is so limited, and unfortunately also by request of the organizer, because it has already entered into Maghrib time, there will not be a Q&A session. But if I can take some notes out of its very insightful and important presentations, I think I will make some notes first. Again, Islamic social finance that involve zakat and waqf has to be the part of national economic activity that serve as a counter-cyclical policy, particularly in facing the challenging times like now, where we are facing the pandemic situation, and to show how by using the technology, smart institutions, zakat and waqf can play a very important role in helping the government to improve the economy back to what it was before the pandemic period. Number two, in order to minimize adverse selection problems, we need to put the governance process that include the identification process, how to understand the whole process, how to offer the solutions, and how to improve the impact, so that we can serve the needs by the donors in the future, to put more appetite of the donors to give more, and then to make this Islamic social finance become more and more impactful and then also for the government to put priority to help and to assist these sectors to grow in a much faster way. And then the third, again, when we talk about the innovation, of course, these sectors involve the digital technology that can be helpful in helping out our youth, our new generations, particularly as the native in digital technology, to ride the wave in the digital transformation process. Digital transformation is something much deeper from digitizing process, because it involves also the mentality changing, how we can, in the whole process, be able to utilize digital technology, not only how to manage the data, but how to interpret and then how to improve the management of Islamic social finance to become more and more impactful in the future. I think along with these three notes, again, I would like, on behalf of the organizer, I also to thank the organizer as well for inviting me as a moderator, and then to allow this, insightful presentation to materialize this time. Again, because again, at the time limit, I would like to thank the organizer and also all the attendees of this program. Thank you very much for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Dr. Dadang Mulyawan for moderating the plenary session, and to all the speakers for their time and insights. Before we continue, we would like to kindly ask for the speakers and also the participants to turn on their camera for the photo session. Committee, please take the picture. I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3. We'll take one more picture. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Alhamdulillah, we have finally reached the end of day 1 of the World Zakat Forum International Conference. We would like to give a special thanks to our organizers, the World Zakat Forum, Basnas, Badan Waqaf Indonesia, PPZ, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and Rumah Zakat. Our event couldn't have been a success without the support from PT Pos Indonesia, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Paragon Group, CIMB Niaga Syariah, and Bank BJB Syariah. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close the event for today, we would like to announce that there was a volcano eruption in Indonesia. The team from Basnas are currently on their way to deliver aid to those affected by the eruption. Here is a short video on the previous eruption which occurred today.
Ya Allah. Jembatan Geladak Perak putus. Kiamat kecil. Lava.
Jembatannya putus total. Jembatan Perak putus. Ini asli putus. Jembatannya putus. Aman, enggak di jembatan ini.
Brothers and sisters, let us all pray that everyone who has been affected by the eruption has been evacuated safely, and pray that there are no casualties. Let us have a moment of silence. Al-Fatiha. The prayer has finished. We have now reached the end of the first day. Thank you for all of the audience who have come and participated in the first day of the World Zakat Forum International Conference. We are grateful for your enthusiasm and hope to see you tomorrow on the next day of the World Zakat Forum International Conference. I, Arofila Ditya Rasokta, apologize for any inconveniences during my time serving as the Master of Ceremony today. See you all tomorrow on day 2. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Through providing various benefits by becoming a zakat management institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government, based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sadaqah at the national level. Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates 34 provincial Basnas, 464 regency and city-level Basnas, 91 Amil Zakat institution, and 140 zakat collecting units in various agencies. By bringing the spirit to become a leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 every year since 2004. Audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002. The award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB. The International Award of the Success in Realizing the SDGs of Global Good Governance in 2021. Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid asnaf, and it's summarized into 5 main sectors. Social, education, health, dakwah,
Terima kasih banyak untuk acara hari ini. Alhamdulillah berjalan dengan lancar, despite of some
and economy.
error. Tapi alhamdulillah acara sudah selesai. Insya Allah besok kita hari kedua, acara tetap mulai jam 1, tapi peserta masuk jam 12. Kita mungkin standby di sini setengah 11 buat tes-tes lagi. Silakan masing-masing bagian menyesuaikan aja apa yang harus disiapin ya. Oke, terima kasih. Semoga semua diberikan kesehatan. Sehat-sehat sampai rumah. Assalamualaikum. Foto bersamanya besok aja ya. Pak Hasbi, foto bersamanya mau kapan Pak? Besok apa hari ini Pak? Mau hari ini juga boleh? Oh Dewan Day itu. Kita foto bersama dulu ya hari pertama. Anak-anak kepesertaan ke atas aja nak. Ya, ini foto hari pertama ya.
Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Zakat tu wajib kan? Tak susah sebenarnya nak bayar zakat. Dulu memanglah kena bawa duit tunai. Sesak, tak cukup masa, tempat pun tak banyak pilihan. Semuanya dah mudah. Dah ada van bergerak, boleh pakai cek, kad kredit, kad ATM pun boleh. Nak mudah lagi, buat je potongan gaji bulanan. Nak bayar, bila-bila masa pun boleh. Kan dah ada zakat.com.my. Memang mudah.
Welcome to Rumah Zakat. We are the philanthropic organization that manage zakat, infak, sadaqah, waqf, and other humanitarian funds through a series of integrated programs in the fields of education,